Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome on in. Let's say hello to everyone. And let me do a sound check, make sure you can hear me. All right, look like that's working out. So God bless everyone. Welcome on into the show. Tonight is Tuesday, April 8th. If you're on the live stream, who knows if you're on the replay. Regardless, please hit the like as you're watching. And please join the comment section in the chat to share your thoughts with everyone, and we'll say hello to everyone who's in here in the live chat, and then we'll get started. Tonight's show is called Delphi. The community reacts, a safe space. So let's go get on in and say hello to everyone who's here. It may take me a moment because a lot of you are in here, and I have to go back in time and see who the hell came in. All right, so we got Teresa, Amy, Yamamonim, 26 Dead Zombies Dude, Sweet Dude Shibby, Tracy Fleetwood. All right, we got Mino Dino, Tiffany Rocks, Miss K, Nancy Drew 101, Crystal Lynn, 26 Dead Zombies Dude, also Heather Brown. Okay, Nicole Watt, Deb, um, Icy Cat, Miss K, Sweet Dude Shibby, Carly P. Wow, wow, wow. JJ Falk Jr., hello. Pam Sheehan, Moonbeam 70s Child, good enough, good enough. Kay is here. Um, Artist formerly known, DNA King, Rebecca Ann 1965, Nobody Nothing 1717, Kit Kat, Defies Logic, Heavy Metal Rehab, Asha Harry, Nancy, Deborah, TJ Bits, Jamie Blair, Michael Lewis, Thomas, Shotgun Susie, Mrs. P, Tripper, Crystal Blue Persuasion, David Rogers, Say What, um, Carmichael, Anna Schott. We got Cosmo, Plain Iron, also Debbie Packer, Lowered Customs, Aaron Town, Bonnie, Joanne Laverne, Zoe Hamilton, Carol, Digital, Lafayette Lurker, Dom S. All right. Kelly, Maurice Andrew, Rock Crusher, Just Me, Yolanda Pink Rosie. All right. Dr. Von Decay. And hey, all the lurkers. So welcome in lurkers too. If you're just lurking, wait, welcome into Jade. I don't want to miss Jade. Okay. Yeah, if you're just a lurker, go ahead and join in and just be nice to my people. Hate watchers, welcome. Appreciate having you here. We'll be talking about you shortly. Um, anyhow, and anyone who just doesn't care to join the chat, we appreciate you being here as well. So, wow, do we have a lot to talk about? Listen, tonight's going to be a little different than you might have expected and a little different than everyone else is doing. I know that's for sure. Okay, and you'll figure out why. Dr. Vonda K, you're in the small channel. You and Shotgun Susie, you're in the backup channel. So if you want to join the live chat, um, go ahead and find the main channel, and you'll all find the other 100 chat members. So just a heads up there. All right, so just give me a moment, please. I have to do a little something. Just a minute. All right, yes. So now I was saying we're going to do something a little different than you might have expected. Um, so heads up ahead of time. We will not, okay, we will not be looking at any of the footage that has been released in the past 48 hours or 24 to be more accurate. Um, we're not going to be looking at any of that stuff. Okay. I'm sure, knowing all of you, that you've already done that obsessively and watched several times over. So we will not be doing that. We will be talking about it, though, and I will be asking for your participation. Okay, and stuff like that. So there's a lot to say, and so it's hard to know where to start. First, I'd like to say, consider this your safe space. That's right. This is a safe space, safe from gaslighting, safe from wokeness, safe from narrative control, puppet mastering, gatekeeping, lying, um, grifting, self serving, narrative pushing, uh, safe from treating you like snowflakes who can't handle the realities of life, and safe from BS. So consider this your safe space. Listen, none of you are children, little babies. None of you need to have your hands held while we walk you through the troubles of life. I'm sure that most of you here are adults. I specifically set my channel to 18 and over so that I can say, you know, words that are not approved without being canceled. And this is not kid friendly. So if you're a kid, get out of here. All right. So if you happen to be a snowflake and need a safe space where you are coddled and treated like a little infant child with who needs their feelings protected at all times, please go elsewhere because I can't do that for you. Sorry. Anyhow, so there's some things we need to talk about, and geez, it's hard to know where to start. Um, but I'll try my best. Okay, so this may be, I hate to say it, it may be a long go because I'm going to have to gather my thoughts one piece at a time. Like I said, I have no script, I have no presentation for you today, and I have no footage that I've stolen from another YouTuber to play for you to drive the point home. And like I said, I'm sure all of you have seen enough. All right, so I'm going to tend to get comfortable here. And I'm having a little stuffed nose. It's damn near spring here, so there's a little allergy season happening, or at least with me. Welcome into Bill. Welcome into Elena. Whoever else has come in, I appreciate you coming in. Tony Hunt, Giadi Truth, Rod Holt, Goddess. Mm, Dr. Vonda made it over to the big channel. Good, good, good. Okay. So I guess, I always like doing the, oh, welcome. It's a new day. Okay. Everyone coming in. Welcome. I like doing the 30,000 foot view, or literally speaking, the 100,000 foot view is my preference oftentimes in order to get our bearings. Welcome in Mimi and Kit Kat and anyone else coming in. So I'll start with that. Okay. So what some of you who may not know what's going on may have missed, is that in the past 24 hours, there have been released a number of alleged exhibits from the trial of Richard Allen. Um, Now, I do have somewhat of a feeling that indeed some of these are exhibits. I'm not so sure about the provenance of it all. I don't believe the story. So let's address that to begin with. So here's the first thing that I find odd. I need you to ask yourselves, of all of the mm, myriad exhibits from this trial of Richard Allen, I need you to ask yourself or yourselves, why is it that only a handful of things have been released? And what I'm speaking of are the interrogation videos, and and let me specify that there are two, both of Richard Allen. Notice that what was excluded is the interview with Kathy Allen, okay, wherein she was gaslit, lied to, abused, and manipulated. Okay, that's a whole other subject. Where's the Kathy video? Okay. Secondly, notice that everything that has been released tends to be released in a very questionable way. Okay. Now let me say this. I'm very upset that the things that I'm particularly interested in have not been released. That's right. That's right. And those things I'm not going to reveal at this time, because if I reveal it, those controlled parties are going to ensure that they don't release it and that I'm not able to get my hands on it. So I'm not even going to tell you what I'm most hungry for. Okay. But all I will say is it's just amazing to me that this has happened in this way. Now, here's another thing. What are the odds that what was released specifically into the hands of the troll farm and the mean girls? I ask you that. What are the odds? What are the odds that just weeks after I came out and said that the mean girls are no different than the troll farm, controlled opposition, and that we got a huge problem here? What are the odds that the person who first receives these hand chosen exhibits, which are intended to show the guilt of Richard Allen, what are the odds that they go into the hands of a Richard Allen is guilty troll farm member? What are the odds? Tom Webster. Okay. Now, here's what's odd to me. You may remember the Tommy Frost, Mark Robert channel, all leading up to trial, attempting to prove that Richard Allen was guilty. And if you actually paid attention, you might have noticed that Tom Webster made several uh, cameo appearances on that channel. Okay. Now here's what's going to happen immediately. See, I don't deal with gaslighter trolls in my chat, so here's what's going to happen to you. You'll get your 24 hours timeout. Okay. Um, but it's interesting because the troll farm honorary member Tom Webster becomes the first to present to the world the confessions of Richard Allen and the interrogation of Richard Allen. Okay. And as I mentioned, secondly, what's interesting is that the Mean Girls coincidentally also have their hands in this somewhat vicariously through Crime Circus. Whole other subject, which we'll cover at a future point. Okay. So my initial frustration is, isn't it odd that they made sure or they ensured that the person who was going to have all of the what do you call it, the momentum of the big reveal of these alleged confessions, phone calls with the wife and mother of Richard Allen, and the interrogations or interviews of Richard Allen, isn't it odd that it just happened to be a Richard Allen is guilty individual, Tom Webster, honorary troll farm member? Isn't that odd? Okay. So here's additionally what I found bizarre. Of all the exhibits, these particular pieces. All right. So here's the thing. We know that there exist and was shown in court videos of Richard Allen covered in feces. Richard Allen running from one side of the cell to the other, beating the shit out of himself. Richard Allen, black, purple, and blue from beating himself up. Richard Allen being walked around in a wheelchair with a hood over him. Okay. Many other things. I ask you this. Where's that footage? Where's that footage? All right. Now, here's some other things we know. For you critical thinkers in the back. All right. Listen, you guys know this, right? Richard Allen said that he shot the girls with a gun. He also said that there were various sexual infractions. He also said something about a cigarette or relation cheating. I don't know. They were really odd statements that were not grounded in reality that were made. So I ask you this. Where are the receipts and the evidences of Richard Allen saying that he shot the girls? Where's the evidences of him saying that he cheated on his wife with a pizza and a cigarette or whatever? Where are all the plethora of exhibits that bear that demand that we give scrutiny? Crickets, right? Crickets. So oddly enough, what is released? What is released in the course of all this? Okay, phone calls to the wife and the mother in which it's intended to imply his guilt because he says, I killed Abby and Libby. Do any of you see an agenda here at play? So let's get into that. Let's talk about some things. I noticed something. And the funny thing is that it's a real blessing having a channel in which people come in to make comments, okay? Because people come in to make comments, and many times someone will say exactly what I was thinking without me having to say it first. And I think that's just the beauty of God shining through in the truth of this community. And one of those things were when I heard these phone calls with my own two ears, I said, you know what's odd? It sounds like someone's standing in the cell over him. It literally sounds like someone's right there and he's looking over his shoulder as he's saying, hey baby, yeah, I killed Abby and Libby. Did any of you have this intuitive feeling about that? Because I had someone make a statement that I thought was phenomenal. I'm going to see if I can grab it for you. I actually shared it. So someone on Twitter says this. Obviously, you never worked in a prison or been in prison. I worked SEG for almost 4 years at Pendleton, and I'll tell you right now, something is way off about these phone calls. His speech is slow, slurred, and he's focused on someone or something around his cell in every call. Now that's Gels 4 or J cells 4. Let me show you. Okay. Let me show you. Let me show you. And if I can find it. All right, look. You guys see this? Oh, it's blurry. Again, J cells 4. Obviously, you never worked in a prison or been in prison. I worked SEG for almost 4 years at Pendleton, and I'll tell you right now, something is way off about these phone calls. His speech is slow, slurred, and he's focused on something or someone around his cell in every call. You know what? That was the exact reaction that I had when I first gave it the first listen. Sounds to me like there's a line of logic that makes sense, okay? Let me explain it to you for those who are slow in the back. Do you remember Max Baker in the Frank's memorandum being quoted as saying something to the effect of Richard Allen was making statements like, is my life okay? I'm sorry, is my wife okay? Is my wife alive? Is my family alive? Is my family okay? Do you remember? Do you recall those statements? Uh, I could probably pull it up if I go through the trouble of pulling up the Frank's memorandum. I could get it for you if you need me to prove it to you, but is my wife alive? Is my wife okay? Is my family alive? Is my family okay? Okay, this was at the time that these phone calls confessing to his wife and mother were made. There was also forced medication by Dr. Walla due to several man down incidents and a diagnosis of psychosis, in which he was injected with Haldol over Prozac, all happening at the same time. And he's when Max Baker, I need to pull it up for you. Okay, I need to pull it up for you. I just realized I said I was not going to do a presentation, but I need to show it to you because you need to believe me without believing me. Okay, so let's do Frank's. I'm looking for Frank's. Okay, Frank's. Okay, let's get that Frank's for you guys. Thank you so much, everyone who is coming in. I appreciate you. Thanks for everyone coming in. I'm sorry I'm not reading the chat now. I promise I will momentarily. I'm trying to get through this introduction here. Okay, commentator Root and Cosmo, you're in the small channel. You're asking where everyone is. It's because you're in the small channel. All right. Now look, I don't necessarily recall exactly the page, but it's somewhere in here, like about page 100. So let me see. Well, maybe I goofed. Oh yeah, here it is. We're getting there. Oh, by the way, do you recall this? Do you recall this? Yeah, remember this actually happened. This actually happened. Okay, this is page 120. All right. But let's read this paragraph. This is what I was referring to here. And you all need to be absolutely certain of this. All right. Listen, Max Baker and Matt Hoffman have both been part of Richard Allen's defense team since December 2022 and have met with Richard on several occasions. Okay? Paragraph 10 of Max Baker's affidavit, which is Exhibit 115 attached to the Franks, provides insights into some of what was going on at Westville with Odinist guards Jones and Robinson. Now, this is the important thing. During one memorable visit on May 4th, okay, pay attention. This is the exact time period that he was at the height of his psychosis, remember? April, May. But during this visit, myself and Andrew Baldwin, attorney Rozzi, met with Richard Allen to discuss matters involving the case. At this time, Richard Allen was in a mental and physical state of deterioration and was nearly non-communicative. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. Repeatedly. During the visit, Richard Allen repeatedly asked whether or not his wife was okay and if his family was okay. He claimed on a couple of occasions that they were going to kill him. When asked who he was referring to as they, Richard Allen responded by saying, "The guys with the Odin patches." Okay? Up to this point, Richard Allen's defense team had never mentioned Odinism or Odinists to Richard Allen, either directly or indirectly. Now, keep in mind, I made the statement which aligns with what I just quoted to you from J Cells 4. Remember this? J Cells 4. Obviously, you've never worked in a prison or been in prison. I worked SEG for almost 4 years at Pendleton, and I'll tell you right now, something is way off about these phone calls. His speak is slow, slurred, and he is focused on someone or something around his cell in every call. You know what it sounds like to me? I'll tell you what it sounds like to me. Think of who he calls. Who does he call? Oh, let's see. Wife, family. Wife, family. Is my wife okay? Is my family okay? Who does he call? Wife, family. Sounds like someone's in the cell. He says, "Yeah, mom, I killed the girls. Yeah, wife, I killed the girls." Sounding like someone is right in his cell or around his cell. Who's threatening to kill him and his family? The guards with the Odin patches. Okay, so my opinion, upon listening to the phone calls, the first alarm that goes off in my mind is sounds like someone's in the cell or someone's standing over him. So it feels to me like a statement was probably made. You call your wife right now and confess to the murders, or we'll kill her. If you want her, if you want her to be off the hook, make the call. Same with the mother. You call the mother-in-law, tell her you killed those girls, and we'll let her off the hook. Otherwise, we'll kill her, and you. And that's what I think. That's literally what I think. And I don't think it's a far reach. Remember, this guy says he worked SEG at Pendleton for 4 years. He says something's off. Sounds like something or someone is around his cell in every call. I agree. All right. So that covers the calls. That's my feeling about the calls, the confessions, right? But isn't it odd that's the first thing that Webster releases, right? First thing released, cause implying guilt, right? Now, let's move on a bit. Let's talk about the videos of his interrogations. I have some opinions. Um, but first, I wanted to do something. Let's see how quickly I can actually make this happen. Oh, Lord, man. This is doing this on the fly is not necessarily the easiest thing. Just a moment. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I'll try to do it for you. I'm really trying. Appreciate the patience. All right. All right. So let's see. I think we're good to go. Just a moment. Let's do it. Let's say, let's do it, Prof. Come on. Let's do it, Prof. All right. Well, let's see if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. You guys seeing that? Let's do this one. No, let's do this one. All right, so let me show you what I'm saying. For the first time, let me see. I think I got to do this. Okay. For the first time, the public is hearing convicted murderer Richard Allen, in his own words, including confessions made to his wife while he was held in prison. Trial exhibit showing Allen's interviews with police on October 13th, 2022 and October 26th, 2022. So you guys got that? Have been released. YouTuber Wom Tester is among those who requested the material and allegedly received it, although I don't necessarily even buy it. But Tebster also acquired copies of the prison phone calls where Allen can be heard confessing. Listen, look how it's phrased. Like, this is not biased. Confessing. Although Allen's attorneys long argued he wasn't in the right state of mind. Well, actually, they did one great thing, okay? You see, the attorneys have dropped the ball and screwed up in every fucking aspect of this case. But this is where they actually did right. He wasn't in the right state of mind, okay? Let's continue. In a video posted on Monday, Tebster spent more than 5 hours going through exhibits, quote unquote, exhibits, right? Yeah, like I said, selected exhibits that were specifically chosen to try to prove his guilt and ignoring all the exhibits which allude to his innocence. Keep that in mind. Like I said, these exhibits were handpicked by Webster to push a narrative. And look, let's be clear here, okay? Before I even continue, all of you, we all have to keep in mind that there are confirmation biases. We all suffer from confirmation biases. Let's not kid each other here, okay? We're all prone to confirmation bias. If you think he's guilty, you're going to believe he's guilty, and you're going to find things that you believe indicate guilt, and you're going to run with that, and you're going to push that, and you're going to spin that. Okay, if you believe he's not guilty, he's innocent, you're going to choose things selectively that show that he might be innocent, and you're going to hand choose that and use that as confirmation bias or confirmation of your opinions that he's truly innocent, and you're going to spin that and push that. And I've said so many times here, we don't give a shit. Okay, we don't give a shit about either of those. We're not in this to push our confirmation biases and our assumptions about his guilt or innocence. We're in this to say what is the truth of this entire endeavor, including the people who are exercising narrative control over this, right? So when I was looking for this release, see, this is why the state fucked up. This could have been done in a very uh, equitable manner or fashion. The way this should have been done is that all exhibits are released uniformly without edits and published all simultaneously or for comparison contrast, not hand selecting exhibits which you feel will lead to some clickbait and some indication of guilt. And it's just very fucking obvious that what you do, you choose the two confessions to the mother and the wife, and then you choose the interrogation. So like you're trying to spin this narrative that there's this confirmation of guilt, right? But where are all the exhibits that tend to point away from that? And like I said, I'm not even going to reveal what I think those are because I think if I do that, they'll withhold them for another month or two. So I'd rather just zip my lip and let's see what else accidentally gets released. Okay? And maybe when I'm able to grab what I need to grab, then I can put them up on the screen and we can talk about it and I can tell you why I think it's impeachable. But it's very fucking obvious to me that this stuff that was the first wave of release is for reasons of narrative pushing and confirming of biases or confirmation bias. So anyway, let's continue. Okay. Let me see if I can manage. All right. In a video posted Monday, 5 hours through exhibits, which include phone calls to wife and mother. And like I said, those are the ones that I believe are made under duress or under threats of harm. So it would be pretty obvious if someone says, hey, if you call your wife and your mother-in-law and you confess, then they're off the hook. Allen's interview with the prosecutor, Steve Mullen, and Sheriff Tony Liggett, another interview with Holman. Okay, trust me, we're going to be talking about those momentarily. So don't think that we're not getting into those. The material was part of Allen's nearly month-long trial, which I must include the aside that keep in mind that trial ended prematurely because the defense rested or gave up prematurely, which I still cannot wrap my mind around. There's absolutely zero reason for it. They read the room wrong. They provided ineffective assistance of counsel. They were in over their heads. They fucked up majorly. And if you have a problem with me saying that, go over to someone else's channel who's going to coddle you. Okay. About a month later, he was sentenced to 130 years for the February 2017 murders of Abby Williams and Libby German near the High Bridge. Jurors and court observers viewed the exhibits at trial. Pardon. However, cameras were not allowed in the courtroom. Big surprise there. Meaning this marks the first time the public at large has been able to see and hear Allen. Okay, so let's do another monologue before we get into this next section. Listen, now we're going to get into the interviews, quote unquote, interrogations. Look, I'm going to start off with my thesis, and I'll let you chime in to what you believe, because trust me, Second part of this show, I'm going to be talking to you. But I watched both of these multiple times. Okay, so we got the one with Liggett and Mullen, and then we got the one with Holman. Okay. All right, so let's go back to the 100,000 foot view. 100,000 foot view of these. Um, Let me say this. Now, listen. You remember the defund the police, Black Lives Matter movement that happened during COVID? That was so infuriating and gaslit the entire nation and caused all kind of strife. I said at the time, listen, I would never, ever, ever want to live in a world without police. And that's just bottom line, because what happens in a world without police? I ask you, let me see it in the chat. I'll wait. I'll wait a minute. What would happen in a world or in a society in America, especially in the cities, without police? Yeah. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. Utter chaos. Okay. Utter chaos. Uh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it. I'm trying to get Bill's. There it is. Okay. Without police, utter chaos. Okay. I would never want to live in a world without police. But that being said, let me say this. After viewing these videos of Holman, Mullen, and Liggett, I got to say something to you. Never, ever, ever talk to the police. Ever. Ever. The first thing and the only thing you ever say is, I need an attorney. Because let me tell you this, my takeaway from watching those videos can be summed up in one word: entrapment. Okay? Let's be honest here. This was an entire setup to record Richard Allen implicating himself in the crime, to get ammunition to use against him in a trial. It's absolutely obvious to me, watching this footage, that they had already made up their minds about Allen. Okay? Do you get what I'm saying? Listen, this was tunnel vision to the nth degree. That's the only way I could say it. My takeaway upon watching the videos, especially the one with Mullen and Liggett, it's absolute tunnel vision. Listen, they're playing nice, right? They're gaslighting the shit out of Richard Allen. They're pretending to be investigators, pretending to be good cops, pretending to be nice, pretending to be interested in what he has to say. And he's stupid enough to believe them. He plays right into their hands, right? And the whole time they have that video going, but they have this extreme tunnel vision. Okay. Their whole deal is he's bridge guy. He's bridge guy. He was there. He was wearing the clothes. He's the guy. And we are going to get him in here and we're going to get him on tape implicating himself, saying something he shouldn't say. And we're also going to try to finesse that phone out of him and a search warrant at his house, which you might have noticed. They say, hey, the door's open. You're free to leave, bud. We don't think you did it. We're not trying to railroad you. We're trying to help you. Right? Then in the other one, what do? They spend an hour or so, who knows how long, on Kathy Allen, right? So what we see is they open the door and usher in Kathy to try to use his wife, who has just been lied to, gaslit, manipulated, and abused in another room, which we haven't even seen the footage of that. And they bring her in and sit her next to him, and they leave the room with the knowing those cameras are rolling to try to get a gotcha moment. I mean, does no one see that? Does no one see that? And what does she do? She comes in with the look on her face that is the look of ultimate grief. I got to say this. If I ever felt bad for Kathy before, I feel bad for her now, because the agony and the grief on her face is absolutely devastating. It's as if she lost a child right in front of her, is a look that she has on her face. It's absolutely sad. I feel more sympathy and empathy for Kathy Allen than I've ever felt before. And remember, there's been mean girls, okay, on the internet, especially on Facebook. And by that, I mean the old ratchet ass bitches, the hags, the Facebook hags like Kimberly Stravarkis Withers and her friends, right? And they say, she knew. She knew. Oh, she's a monster. She protected Rick. She knew he was the killer. She's worse than he is. Have you seen any of that on Facebook? Listen, you guys, wake up call. I'm in all the groups. You might not know it, but I am. And I ain't under the prof, y'all. But they've been on Facebook for 6 months saying that she's just as bad as he is or worse because she knew. Listen, if you look at the look on that woman's face, that I've never seen grief like that. I feel bad for that woman. I feel bad for that. I don't know the woman. I don't know Kathy Allen. But I tell you one thing, if I feel compassion for anyone, if anyone's a victim in this, it's Kathy Allen. Okay? But I see that they bring Kathy in there, and then they leave them alone for a while to try to catch a gotcha moment on film. Well, then that obviously, like we've all known for this whole time. I mean, listen, any man who loves his woman would know, you don't fucking manipulate my woman to manipulate me, you motherfucker. And that's the vibe that Alan had when it was done. He's like, you can fuck with her. I mean, you can fuck with me, but don't fuck with my wife. Who can blame him? Who can blame Alan for standing up to those motherfuckers? Can you? You see, and then Holman, in his attempts to be a champ, right? Whipping out the Reed technique like he's some fucking stellar detective or some honorable citizen. He decides to scream and yell and lose his fucking mind. Actually acting like an ape. Okay, he acts like a fucking gorilla. I'm trying to help you, Rick. I mean, I'm telling you, listen, I'll never be a free Rick Allen, mean girl, fucking moron like these people on this other side. Listen, I don't know what Rick Allen may or may not have done on that day. None of you do. Neither do I. But I got to say, this needs to be a wake-up call to the United States. It really does. To the citizens of the United States of America, this needs to be a wake-up call. It really does. I think that if they cannot behave in a civil fashion to accomplish their goals, they need not do anything. I mean, listen, when do the means be or get superseded by the end? When do the end justify the means? And this is just in terms of this interrogation. I mean, keep in mind, we're not talking about all the overreaches of the prosecutor and the judge in this. I haven't even touched on the total disallowing of any defense whatsoever, or the clear collusion between the YouTubers and the prosecutor and the judge's office. All of that we know actually happened. I'm just saying, just in terms of this interrogation alone and this police work or this interaction, this entrapment. I mean, listen, if it's wrong to do entrapment, do you realize it is a crime to do entrapment to someone out here in the world? Why is it not a crime for law enforcement to do entrapment? Which is, it looks to me like that's what these interrogations prove. It's entrapment. They have tunnel vision. They've already determined that he's going to be the one. They've made up their minds, and so that tunnel vision leads to everything they do, and they're not even hearing a word he's saying. They're not genuinely trying to detect anything. They're just straight up trying to get something on tape. And it's funny. So you lost, let's see, 70 days of interview rooms. It's funny you didn't lose that one, bud. It's funny. It's funny that you've lost 70 days of all the most important initial interviews, the whole first week, in another whatever, 62 days. It's really odd, or 64 days, but you lost all of that. You deleted all of that accidentally, but you just happened to save Richard Allen's interview. I noticed you didn't lose that one, right? All right, so let's get back to this. I'm getting a little sidetracked. I tend to get pissed off. All right, where are we? Sorry. Boom, boom. There we go. So the October 13th interview, interesting date, isn't it? The October 13th interview has been described at length in trial notes and reporter descriptions. The entire video was shown in court. Let's see if I can move myself here. Can I go somewhere else? There. Come on, bud. However, the release marks the first time people, that means us, can observe Allen's demeanor and compare his voice to the infamous Bridge Guy video at the center of the investigation. Let me chime in on that. There's zero comparison to make. Look, I've already seen the troll farm running with it and saying, like, it's absolutely his voice. Listen, there's no comparing it. There's no comparing that degraded quality that exists. There's no comparing it. People say, like I say, the confirmation bias supersedes any attempts at comparison. So it's a fruitless task. Okay, the interview with Mullen and Liggett starts with the investigators informing him he's not under arrest. So he can, and here's a gaslight. Can leave at any time. Yeah, bud. All right. The investigators review Allen's interview with Doolin, allegedly, a conservation officer. Okay. Now, this is where there's consternation. And I got to say, like, this is still a point, and this is something else I got to chime in on now. Okay. So this says Allen, of his own accord, approached police days after the murder, said he'd been on the bridge. Okay. True. He told Doolin he was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30. False. Okay, false. Here's why. There's two reasons why. And I found this very interesting. Okay. Now keep in mind, Doolin, who always recorded these interactions, just happens to not be able to find that particular interaction. Right. But aside from that, they say to Allen, according to this, you're on the trails between 1:30 and 3. Have you all noticed his response to that? Those of you who watched it closely, did you notice his legitimate like gut reaction to that phrase when it was said 1:30 to 3? Did you notice the expression he made? I'm going to watch the chat for a moment to see if I see you. I want to see if you notice what I noticed. What's up, Who's Her Daddy? Everyone coming in, Mino Dino, all of you lovelies. I saw Sunflower Soul in here, and Diane, and Zoe Hamilton, Shay Watson. I saw all kind of Laura Naran. I saw all kind of people come in. God bless you. Thanks for coming in. All right. Yeah, Tim Prater says it. What's up, Tim Prater? Tim Prater says Alan's face was like, what? When they said the time. Laura Naran says he looks confused because that's not what he said. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So basically, let's see if I can replicate it. So when they say, yeah, you said you was on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30, he goes like, huh? He makes this look like, what the fuck? Did I say that? Then he corrects them. Okay. Then he corrects them. So remember, that's something you can't really fake. Like honestly, you can fake a lot. I don't think he faked that because they say you said you were in the trails between 1:30 and 3:30, and he goes, huh? He made a very genuine type of response or reaction to that, which tells me it didn't make sense to him because it's too late in the day. Now, could he be lying? Could he be lying about mom and him wanted to go have lunch? And I said, fuck no, I'm not going to do all that. So then I went home. Could he have been at home and later? And then could he be stretching it? Yes, there's possibilities of that. But I don't think he can fake being a little startled or taken aback by, like, he seems genuinely surprised by this time of 1:30 to 3:30. Like he didn't expect them to say that. I mean, I just don't know if you saw it, but for me, like it's a knee-jerk reaction. They say 1:30 to 3:30, and he's like, huh? Like that says a lot to me with body language. Okay, but we'll continue. I don't want to beat it too far into the ground. All right. Now, let's get to the next spot because there's this real badass YouTuber named Duckin' Felonies. All right, she made a post that I shared today. Okay, Duckin' Felonies made a post. Let's talk about this part of it here. Okay, let's bring this so you can see it. He said he passed 3 girls. One of them is being older and thought she may have been babysitting the other 2. And he said that they kind of looked alike, like they might be sisters. Did you guys pick up on that? Okay. Did you guys pick up on that? 'Cause, 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 'C All right. So he says he sees 3 girls, not 4. Sorry, get a little mad. He says one of them's taller and older, like she's babysitting the other 2. And he says they almost look like sisters. Excuse me, Abby, Libby, Kelsey. Or Kelsey, Bree, and Kyla Brummett. I don't know. Or Cheyenne, Kelsey, and Kyla. I don't know. Alan provides Mullen and Liggett with his full name, is blah, 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 blah. Okay. He goes to his work history, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Alan's recollection of February 13. Okay, so they start talking about the events of February 13. Alan says he spent the morning in Indiana, Mexico, Peru to visit his mother. And when she and his sisters want to go to fucking lunch or whatever, he's like, nah, I'm not about that. He goes home to Delphi, grabs some things, and goes out to the trail. He says it was a little warmer than usual. Okay. Alan tells investigators he doesn't typically walk on a trail in the winter. He would typically do that in the summer. So basically what he says, okay, I remember this part, so I'm not even going to have to read it. He basically says, look, I'd go about once every week or 2 or once a month, whatever. Okay. But he believes he arrived at the trails around noon. Walked out to the first platform to see the fish, which we've all known this. This is all standard fare. You know, we've all known this. Comes back, sits on the bench, waits a few minutes, and leaves. You know, it's another funny thing. You know how the troll farm tried to roll with this fucking story that, oh, he says he was looking at a stock ticker. Where's his phone? Blah, blah, blah. No, he never says that. Did you guys catch that too? Let me pull this shit down and talk. Did you guys catch that too? So what I caught, he doesn't say he's looking at a stock ticker at the trails. He says, well, I could have been, but I don't know, the sketchy service, maybe, maybe not. But he says, if I looked at the stock ticker, it was when I went home on my computer. Right? All right, so then there's some other shit. Okay, apologize, but like we're gonna have to get into this too. I didn't expect to have to do this. I'll do it on the fly. It's cool. Let's see. Let's see. Just a moment. I gotta get this together. Let's see. If you guys only knew how much I do this on the fucking fly, you'd be laughing. Okay. All right. So here's what I'll do. Let's see. We're gonna do some shit real quick. I'm gonna go back to this. All right. His recollection in 2022 differed from what he told DNR officer. No. See, that's another lie. Okay. That's according. See, this is called confirmation bias of reporting. He's believing police. Okay. No. His recollection didn't differ. Okay. You're assuming that what the DNR officer alleges is true. Okay. Because this says during his 2017 interview, he said he'd been on a trail between 1:30 and 3. No, that's what the DNR officer alleges. Okay. Yeah, which would put a red flag, which would put him squarely within the state's murder timeline. Yeah, because this is what's alleged. This is where this reporter is a total fucking loser. Okay, because what you should say is Alan does not claim this. He claims he's around there at 12. The DNR officer alleges, without any documentation, that he's there from 1:30 to 3. So that's another fucking beat down. This is where we need actual journalists. Okay? And by the way, y'all, I'm actually doing a journalism. Hello, have you understood what I'm doing here, sitting here for 3 hours a day every time I come around? I'm doing a journalism. Cheers. Now, here's the next thing I'm about to fuck y'all minds up with. Okay, let's read this one. See if I got this. Alan appears to have trouble explaining exactly where he parked. No, he doesn't. He very clearly says it, and I'm about to explain it to all you people out there. Pointing to a few different spots on a map presented to him by Mullen. Yeah, because he doesn't understand the map. And look, okay, let me finish before I go on. He's also uncertain of the route he took to and from the trails and couldn't say exactly which car he'd driven that day. At the time, Alan had a black Ford Focus and a gray Ford 500. Okay. So let's stop there, okay? Because this is something especially important. Now let's see. I'm going to have to switch gears here. I'm going to have to stop that screen. I'm going to have to bring up another screen. Share screen. Okay, where are we going to go grab it? Now, look at this intersection here. This is Samuel Milroy Road and Old Camden Road. Okay? Old ladies, pay attention. Okay, Samuel Milroy Road, Old Camden Road. This is what he says. He says he takes a road out of Delphi. That's Samuel Milroy Road. He turns right at the split. That's Old Camden Road. He said he drives past a couple houses that are there. That's these houses here. Okay. Okay. By 1515 and 1512, he says he parks. Okay, there's 1521. He says he parks right here. Okay, you understand? He says he goes up a hill. He says you go up. Okay, that's right here. Right here, you'll notice there's a memorial. It's called the Indiana Bicentennial Monument. He says you go up right here. He says you park here. You go up right here. He says he crosses an old bridge that's a one-laner. That's this one right here that crosses Old State Road 25. That's how he gets on to the trail. This means, and this is for all of you stupid ass attorneys and investigators who didn't fucking understand what he was saying, including Mullen and Liggett. This is where he says he parks, where I'm circling this mouse. Okay? I'm sorry that I talk mean. I don't mean to be mean to you. I'm trying to very much clarify the truth of this situation because no one seems to have a brain who's involved in this. Okay? Now listen, if this guy is parked here's a rhetorical question for you. If this guy is parked on Old Camden Road, and he says at the time they're doing construction, building a parking lot, which would be this one, where the mouse is, and they're doing construction here on this shit. They're building this lot here, right? That means he crosses over this Old State Road 25. That means he then crosses over the other bridge, which is the Blue Bridge, Freedom Bridge. And that means he goes onto the trail. Now listen, if he does all that, you tell me this, how in the hell is he parked over here at the CPS building? I'm telling you, there's absolutely no way that this man is seen at the old CPS building, his vehicle. Remember, the vehicle was described as a purple PT Cruiser. There was a vehicle described as a smart car. There was a vehicle described as an old 1965 Comet. None of those vehicles even closely or even remotely resemble. I mean, if you stretch your imagination to the furthest possibility, you could say it's a potential that I don't know, you could morph one of those cars into Richard Allen's vehicle, one of Richard Allen's vehicles. But in my opinion, when he says he takes the split out of Delphi, that's the split. He says he parks here, and he says he goes up a hill and enters the trail, crosses an old one-lane bridge, and then continues. This is where he parks. There's no other option. Because look, if you park over here at the old CPS, you don't go up a hill, okay? If you park here at the Mears lot, which he's clear that he doesn't park there, you don't go up a hill. The only place you go up a hill is right here at the old Camden Road. Okay? That's what's being said in this interview. And for some reason, everyone has missed it. All right. So let's get back to the apologize. I get a little angry. I'm sorry I ran Dr. Vonda off. You know, she's delicate. I'm sorry, Vonda. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. We're gonna get this one now. Let me go back to this so we can finish reading this. All right. All right, so it says, remember, they are all, honestly, I'm going to say that Alan's not the best with maps, okay? Because he's sitting there, he doesn't know even what he's fucking looking at when it comes to that map. Mullen's not doing a good job. Mullen's trying to wedge him into that CPS lot, you can tell. So Mullen's not doing a good job with the map. Alan's not doing a good job with the map, and apparently none of the attorneys did a good job with the map. Okay, but when he says he took the split, he took the right, he went up a hill and he walked a little path, and then he went across an old one-lane bridge, then he went across the Blue Bridge, blah blah. It's obvious where he parked. So we'll leave that alone. Okay. Oh, I don't know what just happened. Did I just goof it? What did I just do? Okay. Uh-oh. There we go. To get back to it. Lost my spot. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm winging it here with the screen share. I didn't intend to do this, but I just realized I have to help you understand it better. At least for you to understand my yelling. If I'm upset and yelling and shit, you need to understand why I'm upset and yelling. So I'm trying to help you understand my behavior. Because, I'm the bad guy here. I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Okay. Let's see. We're going to, yeah, now we're there. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. We're going to skip some of this BS. Now, listen, you see this section here? He can't recall precisely where he parked. Yes, because he doesn't understand the maps. But he defers to the information he'd give Doolin, which means he trusts himself. That's the indication that I intuitively feel. So when it's years later and he can't understand because it's 2022, he's saying, yeah, well, whatever I told Doolin in 2017, yeah. In other words, he feels that he was being honest with Doolin in 2017. But he said he parks by a building. He doesn't say the old CPS. It's Mullen who says the old CPS. Okay? Well, let's be clear about that too. He says an old building. Well, hello, there's an old building over there, the location I just showed you. It's been torn down and now there's a parking lot. Okay? So it's really indicative to me of the fact that he parked where he said he parked, because the only definitive characteristic that you could really nail down is he has to go up a hill to hit the trail. Okay, he says he takes a right at a split and then he goes up a hill. There's the only location possible. And my buddy who emails me, you know who I'm talking about. Me and you email back and forth. You and me, we realize that together, okay? And I want to thank you for reminding me of that. And I want to thank myself for realizing that, yes, we both have agreed to that. All right, sorry. All right, let's keep moving. See, I disagree. This is a lie. This is like a troll farm right here. I don't remember him saying that he was looking at the stock ticker on his phone. I remember him saying that he went home and he thinks he looked at the stock ticker on his computer. Okay. And he does say, yeah, trying to get rich. Well, yeah, that's why I do crypto. Okay. I do crypto because, yeah, I'm hoping that, yeah, the crypto takes off one day. I might get rich. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, the investigators ask him what he wore on February 13th. Again, another inaccuracy. How about let's do a journalism? Let's do a journalism. Does he say blue jeans and a jacket? No. He says blue jeans and maybe a black Carhartt jacket, or maybe a blue Carhartt jacket, or maybe one that's like an imitation, or maybe a hoodie. He also says he doesn't know what shoes he was wearing. He says could be tennis shoes, could be boots, could be military boots, could be hiking boots. I don't know. I mean, could you say what you were wearing years ago on any particular day? Oh, Prof, what were you wearing April 3rd, 2019? Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Some of my clothes. All right. Yeah, so here's where they actually do a job. Okay, yes, one was blue, one was black. An off-brand, possibly. Okay, excuse me. He says he had some kind of skull cap that could fit in his jacket. Now, listen, the telling thing, though, is that this all seems to make it seem like he's describing himself as Bridge Guy. But the funniest thing, in my opinion, y'all, is when they show him Bridge Guy, he says, no, that's not me, though. You get what I'm saying? And again, as far as the shoes or boots, all right. Now it says the conversation turns to Alan's cell phone, right? His Google phone. He says he doesn't have his phone from 2017 because he thinks it may have been recycled. He doesn't know. Okay. But you know what he says, though? He says, ask my wife. She would know. He says, ask my wife. She would know. I don't know. If anyone knows, it's her. Okay. Now, here's a point for the troll farm to shove entirely all the way up their asses. Okay? Entirely all the way up their asses. Investigators found multiple other electronic devices and phones. Multiple. Yes, dozens. They were not able to locate the phone he carried in 2017. Yes. And guess what? When they did the dumps on those dozens of devices, guess what they found? Zero CSAM, zero communicating with the girls, zero looking at anything about murders, zero, 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 zero. Okay? You get what I'm saying? Even though in this interview he says, I don't want you looking at my old web searches. I don't know what the fuck I ever searched. Like, it's kind of inappropriate for you to be looking at my old web searches. That's kind of weird. Why is that an unreasonable thing to say? How many of you would want the popo to come to your house and look at your past 10 years of fucking web searches? Okay. But you know what's funny though? You know what's funny? Oh, I don't know. Keegan Klein, the Dropbox. I don't know. Anthony Shots, sultry DVDs, Jalen Rain, the porn that's filmed all in fucking Indiana that everyone wants to ignore. The fact that Anthony Shots lured the girls out there to the trails that day. Yeah, everyone wants to forget that that actually exists because, as we all know, it's obvious that there's no nexus between Keegan Klein and the Delphi murders, right? Even though he says he was there, he says his dad was there, he says they were all there. Is Holman says Anthony Shots lured the girls out there. Kyler Brummett introduces us. There's all these fucking nexi, but we're going to pretend that doesn't exist. Remember? All right. Let's move on. I'm trying to not belabor the point for you. I want to get to the Q&A with the chat. Now, listen. I got something for you guys. So let's continue. It says, it's at this point, however, that he starts to realize Mullen and Liggett, douchebag, are looking at him as a suspect in the Delphi murders. I'm not going to be somebody's fall guy, he says. I thought we were talking for information I have that might be helpful. And then Mullen continues to gaslight. Mullen responds, they're trying to gather as much information as they can, looking to quote unquote clear him. Yeah, there was never, like I said, this was tunnel vision. This was never to clear him. This is what they say to him to keep him talking. And look, if you're a fucking cop, Ruckus Rocks, fucking Steve, any of you fucking Perry, any of you cops out there, be honest. Be honest, okay? Are they looking to clear him? Are they looking to keep him talking? Let's be real here. It's been so long, and like I haven't thought about this much, and I don't want to be somebody's fall guy. We're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit so we can close this thing. He insists he's not questioning the integrity of investigators, but he says, that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it. Well, this means he's wising up. Okay. This means he's wising up. And actually, I want to do something. Let me do another aside. Let's take a moment here. Let's look at this. Okay. Okay. So as you can see at the 53-minute mark in this interview with these two douchebags, he says, it amazes me that we're even talking. I mean, it's been so long and I haven't thought about this much. And it's just like, I don't want to be somebody's fall guy. And we're going to try to make pieces of a puzzle fit somewhere they don't fit so we can like close this thing. I guess I'm not saying you guys, please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. That's not what I'm saying. Just okay. I mean, I guess that's where I'm at. It doesn't seem like a simple conversation we're having. It seems more like you think I might have done it. So I understand what you're saying. I completely what you're saying or how you I would feel from your point of view. Okay, but from our situation, what we're trying to do is be able to show uh, what all you were doing that day. So this is Mullen with the gaslight to make sure that we can what you're saying is true. Okay. So yeah, we're not trying to railroad you. We're trying to see if what you're saying is true. We want your phone and we want to search your house to clear you, bud, so that we can be able to say someone, McClellan, who's prosecuting this case, that we looked at Mr. Allen and he's not our guy. We cleared it. We're trying to clear. We're trying to help you, buddy. Look at the look on Allen's face here. Yeah. He's like, really? You're trying to fucking clear me and you're trying to put me in this crime? And look, they're even saying, not only do we want your phone, we want your car. They're saying, we're trying to be able to look at your car with your permission, of course. And they say, we're trying to look at your house. You see? So all these things are very important to us to be able to, clear you. And he says, uh, I mean, if you get to a point that you think I need further investigating and you want to fucking get a warrant, yeah, you can get a fucking warrant. I'm fine with that if you get your fucking warrant. But I'm not going to have somebody going through my house, bro. I'm not going to have somebody going through my house and everything. Sure, I'll just be honest. I just don't guess. I guess I'm starting to feel more like I'm your main lead or something here, and I'm not going to do that. Do you understand that? Because so far, I mean, I'm sure you see the news that state police are doing that thing. Well, we at the sheriff's department, and he's an investigator, prosecutor's office. Sure, we decided to pick through the very beginning. Okay, this is Mullen. I mean, this is Liggett. So we're trying to go through the beginning, and I guess we're talking to everybody and all. Da, 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 da. But see how he's lying, because the minute that Richard Allen starts resisting, what does Liggett go do? He goes get that tip number 74, right? And he comes back with it. You got what I'm saying? He comes back with that tip and he says, let me see. He comes back and he says, look, just so you know, this is tip number 74. This is why we're talking to you. So you see how as this shit is falling apart, they reveal more and more that yes, they are targeting him. Okay. But I'm sorry, let me get my shit together so we can keep going. But he goes on with the gaslight. He's trying to say he's doing the Doug Carter uh, parroting. He's parroting Doug Carter. He's saying, let's pull this up for you. He's saying, we're trying to dot every I and cross every T. Where is it? Uh, oh my. Look, it's at 5512, right in the center of the page here. He's saying, uh, he says, we're trying to dot every I and cross every T and dot every I, and there's nothing more than that. There's nothing more than that. Yeah, there's nothing more than that. So you're not our fall guys. You're not our fall guy. And yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to push anybody's integrity. And he says, what I said at this point, you think I might have actually done this, then you want to get a warrant for my house and car or whatever. That's fine. But you ain't getting shit, bro. This is where he wises up. I'm not going to have the police going through my house and stuff. That's not fine. News leaks and somebody here. I just don't need that kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then they say, oh, no, we're trying to keep this discreet. We're trying to keep this discreet. You see what I mean? It's a total fucking gaslight. It's all a lie. It's all finessing. It's all I don't know, man. This is where it's into the ethics of it. Is like, when does this cross the line into we shouldn't be having this in this day and age? Like, we're gonna railroad a guy and we're gonna do it in a way that the ends justify the means. This is what we mean by the constitutional violations. That's why, see, the people who are convinced that this guy's guilty, I can understand it. Okay, listen, everyone wants justice for Abby and Libby. Who doesn't? What kind of idiot doesn't want justice for Abby and Libby? So I can understand the sentiment. You want justice for Abby and Libby. It's called bloodlust. It's called bloodthirst. It's called, we want justice for Abby and Libby. Well, who the fuck doesn't? But if you don't do it in the right way, it's not justice, because they don't rest in peace. And no matter what you think from the outlook, whether you think he's possibly guilty or not, like I said, I'm neutral. There's one thing that's clear to me. This was not done the right way. This was not done the right. So the means are not justified by the ends. So if you think that everything was kosher here because he got convicted and he might have been guilty, might have been, yes, then you probably should live somewhere else. Like, I don't know, maybe a dictatorship, maybe somewhere where there is no constitution and people don't have due process and people don't have rights. Because if you can agree that this was all done, like everything that was done in order to put this guy in a position of being found guilty, because you want justice for Abby and Libby so bad that the ends justify the mean, then I hope that you're never the one who's falsely accused and end up in a precarious position. Because the bottom line for me is things need to be done the right way. When these cops and even these lawyers could not figure out where the motherfucker parked, like, dude, you got idiots all the way around. Y'all couldn't even figure out where he parked when he gives you the literal directions and the physical characteristics of the parking space he parked in. It's just intolerable to me. How am I supposed to sit here and talk to people who 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 want to be taken seriously? How am I supposed to take you seriously or have any respect for you when you can't even understand what this dude parked that day? And he literally describes to you exactly how he went park. But I'm supposed to trust your investigation? All right, let's continue. I'm sorry. I get mad easily. All right. This is where we were when I was reading that transcript. If you get to the point where you think I might have actually done this, you want to get a warrant, whatever, I'm not going to have the police going through my shit. Yeah. And it's just funny reporting here because I wonder where are the actual journalists? Where are the journalists? Do they even exist anymore? I mean, it seems to me that all the journalists these days are actually YouTubers and Twitter folks. Like all the journalists are just normal people now. Seems like to me. Cuz these quote unquote professional journalists, let's be honest here, they are PR agents. Okay, the journalists these days, they're basically all a PR team. They push narratives, they simp for the law enforcement because they need them for their daily content. Think of this, you work at Fox 59. What's your content if you're a news provider at Fox 59? What's the basis of your content? I mean, hello. All right. Alan initially, yes, but I guess what I'm getting at is the spin here. Okay, this is alluding to guilt. Okay, this is trying to paint this in a frame of guilt. Alan changes mind on phone search. Alan initially consents to a search of his phone and even provides the investigators with his passcode, 2045. However, when presented with the consent form, he declines to sign it, telling Mullen and Liggett he wants to talk to his wife before committing to anything. Yeah, no, because it occurs to him in the midst of this. See, this is what's fucked up. You should actually be saying it occurs to him in the midst of this interrogation that they're pointing at him and trying to force him in a puzzle piece that he thinks doesn't fit, because they go from asking for the phone and they initially they say, hey, we want to search the phone, and by the way, can we also do the car, and can we go search your home? You see how this reporter, quote unquote, leaves this out. I noticed you left that out. I noticed you left out he was cool with just the phone. But once they started being intrusive, saying, we want to come search your home and your car, he says, yeah, on second thought, fuck you guys. You're not coming to search my house without a warrant. You're not coming to search my home without a warrant. And as a matter of fact, you're not even searching my phone without a warrant, dick face. Do you see a little pattern here? Like, can we report the truth, or do we have to sit here and gaslight the American people with so-called quote unquote journalism? And that's a shout out to you, Fox 59. That's a shout out to you. And well, let's continue. I don't want to be associated with this thing. You see, that's isn't that ironic? He doesn't want to be associated with the fucking thing, and now he's the one who's in prison, convicted. Obviously, any more than anybody else does. Am I an angel of a person? No. I mean, like anybody else. I mean, maybe I don't want you looking at every website I visited. Yeah, because let me ask you this: who doesn't go to Pornhub? You know what I mean? What's what's wrong with him saying, you know what? Fuck you guys. You want to come in my house? You want to come in my car? I don't want you looking at every website I visited, or coming at my neighborhood and fucking having all the neighbors talking about me. But no, no, no. What does troll farm say? Oh, he's guilty. He's guilty. See, he didn't want them searching his websites. All right. Uh-oh, sorry. All right. Now, like I said, he successfully realizes that they're really trying to pigeonhole him. Okay? And they say, and he says, no, and Liggett says, sorry, I don't want you to randomly think we're coming after you. Well, bro, you're asking, look, this is real. This is gaslighting. Look, you're wanting to search my home. You're wanting to search my car. You're wanting to search my web history. You don't think we're coming after you? I mean, dude, the minute they come into your home, they're coming after you. Right? This is what's atrocious about this. But like I said, no one's going to point any of this out because everyone's got their agendas. You know, you got your people who are going to be like, Richard Allen is guilty. Look, he didn't want them searching his home. And you got your fucking retards. They go, oh, Richard Allen is innocent. And how dare the cops ever look at him? You know, you got your two extremes. But then there's real people who say, you know what? They tried to fucking entrap him and they successfully did entrap him. When is that okay? Are we back 100 years ago? Or are we living in modernity? I guess we're not. I guess we're all living in a fantasy world. No, it's amazing because we actually have an accurate statement. Allen insists he wasn't out on the trail till 3:30 p.m. Whoa, newsflash! At least you reported one thing. He said it would have been until, but you see how oddly he doesn't even phrase this accurately. He said he would have been there until 1:30 or 1:45 at the latest. Now, this is a bullshit statement here, okay? Because you see, this says he reads over Doolin's report. He's originally said 1 to 3 in the initial tip. Yeah. Well, here's the thing that I think people forget. That was destroyed. There is no initial tip. There's also no recording of the initial tip when the recording of the initial tip was standard fare for Doolin, according to his own words. Do you all remember that? Or is your attention span 5 seconds? Remember Doolin's original words that his standard operating procedure was to record every interaction he had. But for mysteriously, oddly enough, for some reason, when it comes to this interaction, he can't find a recording. Not only that, the initial tip is destroyed. So if the initial tip is destroyed, how in the fuck is it shown to Allen? All right, let's continue. But see how this is misrepresented by this quote unquote journalist for Fox 59? Chills. When he talked to Doolin, he clarified the timeline was 1:30 to 3:30. No, 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 bro. No, dude. Look, let's go back. I'm about to name and shame. I don't give a shit. Let's go name and shame. Who is this guy? Matt Adams. Look at this. Matt Adams. Matt Adams. I got to tell you something. You're a terrible reporter. You're a terrible reporter, Matt Adams. You're worse than Amy Jones McCarty or whatever the fuck her name is at the county comment, the Carroll County comment. Matt Adams. Okay, let's continue. All right, where are we? So Matt Adams, terrible reporter, which seems to be the standard fare for Delphi or Carroll County, right? Why is it that all these reporters are fucking horrible? They're terrible journalists. Is it the bloodlust? Or is it just sheer ignorance or is it sheer shilling and cocksucking of law enforcement? I mean, someone want to explain it to me? I mean, people's lives are on the line. Can we at least be accurate with reporting? Is that too much to ask for? And look how they shill it. They shill it. That was back in 20. This is murder sheet level shilling. That was back in 2017. My name is Cuckold Kevin. Just days after the murders. In 2022, he said he left at 1:45 at the latest. Why would he change his story? We'll let you decide. Sorry, I get a little mad. I get a little mad. All right, sorry, we're an adult channel. If you're under 18, you should not be listening to the channel. I know I say bad words. Okay, I know I'm mean. I know I don't give you pacifiers and change your diapers so that you can watch. I apologize. This is not a safe space. Okay. What's next? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at with Alan in this, okay? It's kind of tragically pro- uh, prophetic what happens in the course of this interview. I mean, literally, y'all, how would I say it? Because I don't want to seem like one of these fucking mean girl dumbasses, libtards. I almost cried at the irony of this shit because literally, as he's being framed for this, or as this is coming together, he's literally saying, like, I don't want to be the fall guy. Seems like you're trying to put a piece of a puzzle where it doesn't fit. I don't want all of this to turn back on me. This shit don't make sense. Seems like you're trying to pin this on me. He's saying all of that as it's literally happening. And here he says, we're here because we haven't found the guy that did this. And I'm not going to turn into that guy. I don't want to become the target of this, Alan says. Well, I'm sorry, bro. You prophesied the situation. It happened. And then he says, I mean, there's nothing that's going to tie me to it. I'm not worried about that. So come and search my house and stuff. My wife doesn't even know I'm here talking to you. I'm not saying you just want to label somebody, but I had nothing to do with it. I haven't been a part of this investigation. It's a horrible thing. I mean, obviously, I don't want to be any more involved in it than what I have to be. If I thought I had something that was useful, by all means, I'd give you anything I have. I'd give you anything I have. I just don't know what's going to be useful to you. He then tells investigators he doesn't want anyone knowing that he talked to them. Isn't it fucking ironic? Because I'm not going to turn into the guy. I don't want to become the target of this. And what happens? He becomes the guy. He becomes the target of this. And oddly enough, look at this phrase. I mean, there's nothing that's going to tie me to it. And I'm not worried about that. Now, listen, y'all. Let me ask you this. Bullet. I'm asking this for the actual intelligent people. What's the only thing that allegedly ties him to this? It's the bullet. It's the bullet. It's the bullet with the most uncredible forensics or ballistics you've ever heard of in your life. Like the literal 1 percentile. Can everyone like see that actually with their own two eyes? Like this is the only thing that ties him to this, because he says there's nothing, it's a fucking bullet with a 0% scientific credibility standing behind it. And listen, what's fucked up about it is that Holman says, we've got the fucking science. I'm telling you, listen, the only thing being the bullet is not even science. And the only thing that Holman can say is the science. Anyone else? Anyone else seeing what I'm seeing? And what I'm seeing is that there's literally zero evidence. Zero. They couldn't even get right where he fucking parked his car when he literally delineated the life experience of driving to that spot and climbing up a hill and taking a 1 lane bridge and then taking the other bridge and then blah, 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 blah. They couldn't even get the fucking parking right. And Holman says, we've got the science that says it, and that's the bullet. And all right, sorry. I mean, seriously, y'all, if you even had any fucking instinct whatsoever, it would be so obvious to you that this is not like let's take another look. I'm sorry, I wanna let me see how to do this. There's something I want to do. Okay. Oh man, this is like pulling. It's like going to the dentist office to be behind the operating of this program here. All right. Let's do some little explorations, okay? Because this bothers me. Okay. Let's see. Now, hmm, where's the shit? I'm not good at this. I'm literally not that damn good at this. Let's see. Do I need this? No, it's not this. Is it? Wait, hold on. No, it's not this. Okay. Oh my goodness. I suck. All right, let's say. All right, boom. Thank you to whoever's being nice to me. I just appreciate you for being nice in the chat. I know that, listen, this is literally improvisation. Okay. So if you can handle fucking winging it, I appreciate you for sticking around. All right, look. Now let's look at this spot. So we're talking about, I don't know, 900 feet, right? 900 feet. Okay. 900 feet. A 900-foot walk from the spot you enter this trail to this where the actual trailhead is supposed to begin by Freedom Bridge, right? So like if you park over here at the oh sorry. So if you parked over here, right, you'd be talking about you're over here at the shit ass CPS building. If you come this way, which is the long way, you know, you would come your whatever 500 feet before you enter this entrance here. Okay. If you're coming this distance, you're coming 900 feet, which I would estimate is twice as far. Okay. So now you got twice as far of a walk here to get to your car. And that's to say, if you even parked there, he could have parked over here where it's like way further. So I was thinking about this. So I'm sitting at home over here and I'm looking at these maps and I'm thinking, well, why would you fucking park further? Okay, because you have the option of parking like way closer by parking here. Okay, so why would he park like much further, either 1,000 or 1,200 feet, whatever the case might be? Why would he park twice or three times as far? Well, and I backed off and I thought about this. Well, it's like, well, hell, if you're not even thinking, like, if the whole objective here is a walk, like, what the fuck does the extra 1,000 feet matter? Like, if the point is a walk, like, in other words, geez, I can't even stop. How do you stop this? Okay, there you go. All right, let's say this way. I want you to understand where my brain is going. I know it's hard. All right, let's say you've catfished these girls out to this bridge. Okay, this bridge is here in the middle of your screen. You've catfished these girls out to this bridge, right? Where the mouse is. You know they're going to be here at 2:00. So your objective is you want to get to this bridge and you want to ensure that you're over there to capture those girls, right? Let's just go on a thought experiment here. So let's do another measure. All right. So right here is the mirror's entrance. That's why there's this little trail looking steely. Okay. So listen, let me put it this way. If you're going to walk to this high bridge, so let's put the opposite, let's put the spot here. Okay. So the ultimate goal is you're going to meet them at this bridge. You're going to want to be at the absolute closest access point to this. Okay. So let's do some thought experiments. Okay. Let's say the goal is you know that these girls are going to be here. You've targeted them. Well, let's say, are you going to choose this spot over here? Boom. That even as the crow flies in a straight line is 4,000 feet, right? Or are you going to choose this spot over here, which as the crow flies is 5,000 feet? Okay. Or are you going to choose this this mirror's entrance here, which as the crow flies is 1,600 feet? Or are you going to choose as the crow flies right here? It's 500 feet. You know, if you're thinking you got two girls you about to kidnap, let's be honest here. Like who, like, okay, this is for the actual stupid people. I'm going to use a word that's YouTube friendly, and it's called grape. You know, like grapes that you eat. Grape sounds, it's spelled like grope. Like if you're going to grope these girls, but with an A, so you're going to grape them. Let's say you want to grape these two girls. Are you going to grape them out in broad daylight outdoors? Who would ever want to grape two little girls out here where other people regularly walk? You're not going to want to grape any girls outdoors in a public spot in the broad daylight at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, or 2 p.m. Okay, so what are you going to do with two girls then? If your intent is to grape them, grape. Well, it seems to me like you'd probably want to kidnap them because you need to take them to some place that you can grape them in private. All right. All right. So let's say you want to grape two little girls. So what you're going to want to do is kidnap them off this. You know you're going to rendezvous here. This is the plan. You've already planned to rendezvous with them here. So you're going to want the absolute closest spot that you can guide them as a group of two or three guys to a vehicle that's waiting. Well, I don't know. Seems to me, just being that like I have actual common sense, that if you'd want to get away with kidnapping two little girls to go and grape them, you would do it within 500 feet. No, sorry. Like I said, this is not a safe space for retards. This is for people who care. You got an access point that's 500 feet. All right. So you tell me, if Richard Allen is intending on doing these girls harm, I mean, look, nothing makes sense here. Let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest. Let's see. I'm going to remove this. Let's be honest here. Nothing makes sense. This whole scenario, like the thing that makes this scenario make sense for these people is that this has to be a spur of the moment decision for this guy. Now, okay, Do criminals periodically make spur of the moment decisions to commit a crime? Yes. Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give Troll Farm that. Okay, so let's say this. Let's say that the thesis is someone makes a spur of the moment decision. Okay. Well, here's the thing that still doesn't add up. How would it be that reckless? Like okay, so you're walking. So now the thought experiment, like I said, going back to that bridge, I'm not going to pull it up again. It's too much fuckery. But let's say you're going to go with that parking over way far where I showed you that he actually describes he parks. Let's say he parks way over there. How is he supposed to get two girls to that vehicle as far away as he parked? Like where's the rationalization in his criminality, you know, in the spur of the moment where he's thinking, I'm going to take these girls. Okay, so that leaves us to think or to you have to assume then that the intention is not to go to his vehicle, which is like, extremely far away. Okay, so then you have to believe that he makes a spur of the moment decision to victimize those girls in that spot. Okay, well, let's see then. What would the criminal mind say? I'm not going to grape these girls on this bridge, right? I'm not going to grape these girls on this trail. I'm going to grape these girls someplace private. So then this means he needs to usher them somewhere secluded. Well, honestly, despite what the troll farm, okay, so the troll farm was like, Prof never went to Indiana. Okay. Well, clearly you haven't seen the footage, you haven't seen my photography, and you haven't seen the selfie of me and my son in Indianapolis at the monument there. That's so beautiful in the central downtown. Okay. So being there, boots on the ground, the first thing that comes to my mind is you got two little girls that you want to victimize. You have to take them someplace that's not on the trail, that's hidden. Well, where is there? There's nowhere. There's absolutely nowhere. The only place there is are buildings. Okay, there's buildings. So there's Weber's shed, home. There's I don't know, some other homes around the area. There's I don't know, possibly a cabin or a shack around the area. The Edgings had a cabin somewhat a little further down. And like I said, if you go absolutely as far as you could imagine, a mile away, there's the Wilson Bridge area where there's some hidden spots. There's the Mears Bottoms, which you'd have to go even further than Wilson Bridge. You have to actually cross Wilson Bridge, come back around, and then you'd be in the Mears Bottoms. But once again, the Mears Bottoms is wide open. Why on earth would you like that's not hidden? So there's absolutely no place that's hidden to victimize two little girls. So I don't see the logic. So if I put myself in a criminal mindset, I think, okay, so any criminal in the spur of the moment wants to victimize two little girls. I don't see the logic of what you would do with them if it's a lone wolf predator. Okay, there's no. So first we have to suspend the disbelief that Anthony Schatz lures them out there, and then at a whole separate sexual predator, Richard Allen, decides on the spur of the moment he's going to also predate upon these girls. But like I say, I get into the spot where I think about it and I'm like, well, hold on. There's no place to victimize these girls. Like there's literally no hidden spot. I mean, any of you who have been out there know that nothing's hidden. The only places hidden are buildings. Okay, which means the only other option is a vehicle, which then turns into he's not alone. This is not a lone wolf crime, which is where my mind says it's the obvious answer. Okay, the Occam's razor says this is not a lone wolf crime. Okay, because the only way you would predate upon two little girls and try to victimize them in some way is you're going to have them someplace secluded. The only way to have them someplace secluded is to usher them into a vehicle. The only way to usher them into a vehicle is to have more than one perpetrator, because you have someone over here, you have someone over here, and maybe you have a guy waiting a vehicle and you have a guy ushering him into a vehicle, or maybe even more than one or two. This is what I'm saying, that there comes a point when you're trying to visualize why would a Richard Allen type on the spur of the moment decide that he's going to grape two little girls. It ain't going to happen because there's nowhere to do it unless you bring them into someone's building, which means he has to know if this is a lone wolf predator, that lone wolf predator has to have some building he has access to, whether it's Weber's or Logan's or anyone else's. I don't want to start naming their names because we know all their names. Listen, it just has zero logic to it. And in any case, why on earth would that guy park so far away? There's zero logic. Now, I don't know what sent me on that wild uh, tangent, but I'm just saying that there comes a point in the incredulity where you just cannot conceive of the decision making. Okay, because you have to think like a criminal. Like this guy, listen, do you honestly think Richard Allen did it and he wanted to be caught? Because it's the only assumption you could make. If he would do something so pointless and reckless, like what do you think you're going to do? Where are you going to victimize two girls who are able-bodied and they're not going to be seen or heard? Where's your privacy? Where's your get away with this crime-edness? It's just, it doesn't add up. I mean, you can listen to Richard Allen, okay? Another point I got from listening is the guy has somewhat of a brain. He's like, you can listen to someone who's absolutely like mentally handicapped. They'll sound like they're the slowest of the slow. He doesn't sound necessarily slowest of the slow. He doesn't sound like a rocket scientist either. But he sounds like your standard Midwesterner. So it makes me listen to him. I say, well, why? Hold on. I can't understand this. Like, clearly, this guy would not want to get caught. Clearly, he would have the understanding that this is a situation that lends itself to you being caught. So I hope you understand where I'm getting. It's hard to express in words. Like I said, I didn't write down notes for what I want to say, but I'm trying to go from the 100,000-foot view and make you understand how this just doesn't make sense. If he parks so far away and he knows he's parked far away, I mean, clearly he does. He's had to walk that long distance. He knows what it's going to take to get back to that vehicle. Pardon. So you're telling me he makes the spur of the moment decision to do something this reckless with no place to go with two little girls? If his point is some sort of graping or sexual gratification, where's he going to accomplish that? Do you think that he's so reckless that he's just going to do it under the bridge? I mean, clearly there are people, like I say, it's incumbent upon all of you to take a trip. I don't encourage murder tourism, but I would say you got to go out there and walk the ground yourself to understand how stupid it is to believe anyone would make that decision. Like no one in their right mind or even half right mind would make that decision because there's nowhere to go. Like there's literally nowhere to go. You got nowhere to go. I mean, you got a few Options. You can run into someone's backyard. That's Weber's. Okay. You can run into the creek. That's not an option. Okay. You can run under the bridge. You're really going to do that to two little girls under a bridge when it's a tourist destination and other people walk? Other people have interest in looking at the fish? I mean, there comes a point when the boots on the ground vibe doesn't add up, that no one in their right mind is going to make this decision. And even if he's reckless, the most reckless he's going to be is I got to take them somewhere. So if he doesn't know Weber to bring them into Weber's house or Weber's shed, if he doesn't know some other body that lives next door that he's going to bring them into their building, then that means he has to bring them into his vehicle. Well, if his vehicle's that fucking far away, how on earth is he going to get those two girls into his vehicle? By chasing them off the south end of the bridge. Do you see where it doesn't make sense? All right, let's continue because I got sidetracked, but I'm telling you, the logic, like you got to understand, killers don't want to be caught. So the logic in this whole fucking theme or theory of the crime, it doesn't make sense because you would have to be willing to accept that he didn't care if he got caught. So do you, after watching that interview, do you think Richard Allen is so stupid that he would not care about being caught? All right, sorry, I had to get that out. So let's continue because there's more to this. Okay. I know you guys are in for it, so thank you for being patient with me while I try to express the that which is difficult to express. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Whew. But this is why. Okay, this is what sent me into that, is because now we're coming to the bridge guy. When investigators return, Mullen shows Allen a photo of a car captured on video near the harvest store. He believes the car is Allen's. He doesn't deny that it's car. Here's another point. Have you all noticed how clear that car looks in that printout? This is another thing to put in your notebooks and keep in the back of your mind. How on earth is that car looking so clear in that printout on that table when what we've been given is pixelated to hell? Okay? But it goes even further. And this is where it gets deep, okay, to me. Like as I watch it unfold, it got deep here to me. Okay, it's because it says Mullen points out that bridge guy is wearing clothes similar to the ones Allen described. Mullen, like everyone, let's be honest here, like everyone has said on the internet over the years, all of these clothing are your standard Midwestern dude's outfit. Okay, that any Midwestern dude in February might be wearing. The only unique thing that I see is the scarf around the neck or whatever it is that's hiding the neck. That's the only unique piece that, in my opinion. Whole other subject. Okay, let's continue. Allen scoffs that if it was taken with the girl's phone, it's absolutely not me. I mean, that's not me. I've never met those girls. Even if I thought it looked like me, if it's taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be me. I've never met them. I've never seen them. Well, that's interesting. It's interesting. Because if he's never seen them, I hope you guys are looking at what I've highlighted. Okay. If he's never seen them, if he's confident that if it's their phone, it's not him, then who did he see? You know, once again, that's something to put to the side. Now, this is where it gets ugly. So look, we have to admit that which is concerning, okay? Because, like I said, we cannot be confirmation bias over here believing he's innocent, because I don't believe he's innocent or guilty. I have zero beliefs about Allen. I believe he was railroaded. I have beliefs about law enforcement. Okay, so this says Allen says he tried to unalive himself in the past and conceded he's had issues. But he's dealt with those problems. I've been dealing with it for years. It's not something new. Yeah, he said he's had it like 7 or 8 years before these girls. So here's where it gets bad. Here's where it gets bad because you got to admit, if you're honest with yourselves, what kind of person would unalive two little girls? I don't know, someone with mental issues, right? So there we come to a point where you cannot gaslight the opposition. You can't say at this point that that means nothing, okay? Because oftentimes mental problems lead to escalation and deterioration. So this is possibly the one point that they actually have against Allen, in my opinion. Okay, other than the fact that on that day he was there, but like I said, you've had dozens out there that day. So the fact that he was there becomes minuscule percentage wise because you had dozens there. But the fact that he suffered from major depression issues, mental illnesses, and emotional problems and self harm, and those issues that he suffered from, you have to be willing to admit, even if you're an Allen sympathizer, that those things could lead one to harming others. Okay, this is where you have to say that this is probably the one nexus they have on Allen. And it's bad for all of you. Okay, so all of you who thinks he's absolutely 100% innocent, okay, that's where you have an issue, is because the one thing that would indicate that he possibly could be involved in this, something like this, would be his mental illness. Okay. So for that reason, I say you have to be willing to admit that. You have to be honest with yourselves and with each other that this is some place where there's a maybe, there's a question mark, there's possible nexuses or a nexi, you know, there's a nexus there. Mental illness, self-harm, depression. Okay. Now, let's go back because there's something else that Alan points out on several occasions during this interview that we can't forget. And that involves the vehicles that he says he witnesses that day. Who remembers what it is? Okay, because he says that he witnesses a couple vehicles on the way out, and he says they're at the Mears lot. Remember? Did you pay attention where he says they were? He says at the Mears lot, there's two vehicles. And boy, is it interesting to me. I gotta tell you, because I got a conspiracy theory built up for that. But I'm gonna look at the chat. I might cough a moment while you guys in the chat recall what he said he witnessed. Let's see. I'm trying not to crash my stream or anything. No, like I said, I tried to give an unbiased review of all of it. And the problem is, yes, the mental illness, you know, there's mental illness problems. But at this point, according to the prof, that's the only issue. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the only issue that I have that could possibly ever connect him is the mental illness, because the timeline doesn't connect him, for in my opinion. The bullet doesn't connect him, in my opinion. Him being there doesn't connect him, in my opinion. Him having a bullet that's fucking faked, that doesn't connect him, in my opinion. Okay, nothing at all connects him, in my opinion, except the potential that having emotional disturbances, a turmoil, that, in my opinion, is the only possibility that could possibly connect him. So that's why I'm admitting, because I'm not going to be one of these idiots declaring that there's absolutely no way he's ever. I'm not going to be that person, okay? Because I wasn't there. I don't know who did this to these girls, but I'm going to tell you this: there's zero evidence that Richard Allen did it. And the only thing I'm willing to admit that I've seen that could be a possible nexus is the mental illness, because the timeline don't work, the bullet don't work, the witnesses don't work. Remember, no one described Richard Allen out that trail. They described someone tall and muscular, dressed in all black, blah 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 blah. Okay, so I'll give it to the naysayers that yes, mental illness is the one thread that you might be able to say connects Richard Allen, but that's the only thread I could possibly see. But hey, that's how I feel about Kohlberger. Okay, I look at Kohlberger and I say he's guilty. Okay, Kohlberger's guilty in my opinion. This is my opinion. I'm allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to have your opinion. Okay, so when I see, oh, Kohlberger's DNA and his knife sheath and the knife, yeah, I could say that Kohlberger probably has a connect. I'm willing to admit it. Well, same with Allen. I'm saying, hey, Allen has a connect, and that, but unfortunately with Allen, it's not forensic. But anyway, moving on. The important thing, yes, thank you, nobody. That's why you're my favorite. He says he sees a sedan and an SUV. Now, let me ask you, ladies in the back, you're real smart people. You're real smart people, okay? Do all of you remember a statement about a dark SUV at the crime scene? You see, because it seems to me that Allen is becoming a third or another witness. You know, he's not a Betsy Blair. He's not a Sarah Carba. Oh, no, he's a Rick Allen. He says he sees a dark SUV and a sedan. Excuse me. I have a little gas. Pardon. Hey, Caroline. Okay, the mental illness is something to be used against him. Yes, that's what I'm saying. But a ton of people are like Alan. Yes. Hey, guess what? Not only have we had unalivings in this community, let's not forget that, but we have also had false alarms in this community. And you ladies who have done that, who are probably hate watching right now, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, there's a lot of mental illness in this community. Let's be real here, and in this world. Thanks, Caroline, for actually being neutral. Thank you. You're lovely. Thank you, Caroline. Okay. I'm glad that she chimed in with a nice comment there. Okay. I'm just looking at the comments. Yeah, so this is what I'm getting. Here's what I notice about good old Rick Allen. Okay? Rick Allen says he saw an SUV and a sedan. Hello? What if Rick Allen is a witness? Sorry I yelled. I get actually sad, and I get so sad that I want to scream. Because I say, hello, we got Libby and Abby. Can we actually solve this crime now? Maybe Rick Allen is a fucking witness to the vehicles that were in the parking lot. It's fucking saddening, man. How are we supposed to sit here for hours and hours a week and deal with the emotional trauma? Sorry, JD. I screamed something. I yelled. Okay, sorry, I yell in the mic. I don't want to yell in the mic. Sorry. It's just upsetting. How do you have someone say, I saw an SUV, I saw a sedan, and no one fucking takes it seriously? It kind of confirms other witnesses who say they saw the same, like the UPS driver. Has anyone forgot about the UPS driver? All right, let's continue. I gotta focus. I'm having problems focusing. Okay, let's go. Whoops, wrong one. See? Damn it. Okay. Jesus Christ, help me through this. All right, so we're at sorry, I gotta remove this chat. And honestly, ladies and gentlemen, Alan comes away with the complete, most reasonable statement in the world. Look, I mean, I said I was wearing blue jeans. Now I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing people wear. Yeah, no shit. No shit. Let's see. How often have I ever wore blue jeans? I don't know. What, like 80% of the time? How about you? All of you, each of you out there in the chat. What's your percentage? Put it in the fucking chat. Okay? Sorry, chat. Put it in the chat though. What's your percentage of blue jean wearing? What would you say? 30%? 80%? 50%? For me, it's probably 80. I think blue jeans is a pretty common thing people wear. Yeah, is that reasonable? Okay. He says, I've had black Carhartts, I've had a blue one. Now here's an important point that everyone's going to miss. I promise you. Okay? I promise you everyone's going to miss this. Except Prof. Because that's why I'm a badass. That's why I have a nice channel with a whole bunch of people who watch. It's because I realize the things that everyone glosses over. Okay, here's one. Carhartt. Okay, Carhartt. Black one, blue one. All right. Interesting. Black, blue. Okay, well, let's try to put ourselves in the shoes of the investigators. Once they do all the fucking enhancement fuckery to the footage, they say it's a blue Carhartt, not a black. Okay, they say it's a blue Carhartt, right? Right? Well, question for you. And hey, I can't vouch for this personally. All I can say is I asked a couple of investigators who've had their eyes on the evidence. I said, hey, y'all, what about that Carhartt? And they said, Prof, Actually, we looked into the Carhartt, and according to what we've discovered about the Carhartt, the blue one, that was uh, obtained due to the search warrant, it was purchased after the murders. Oh, really? Really? So are you telling me that he probably had a black Carhartt type of jacket at the time of the murders, and that blue one that he now owns was purchased in the years after the murders? Oh my God. That means that even though now they can absolutely confirm that according to their fucking footage, it's a blue Carhartt, that he didn't own one back then in 2017? What the fucking hell? You know, it's funny that someone like you, Jason Thomas, okay, let's do a little aside because I'm about to have to expose how this works for you, ladies and gentlemen. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Jason Thomas, who says Rick denying the BG pick is him also moved me away from the feeling I had that he was innocent. His explanation to it seemed guilty as shit, in my opinion. So when I click on Jason Thomas, look what it shows me. Jason Thomas joined April 8th, 2025. 10 Tom 46. Oh, interesting. April 8th, 2025. That just happens to be the moment we're recording this video. That's interesting. So are you telling me you created this account just to come in and make this statement here to seem like an authentic member of the worldwide community? Again, in case our viewers don't understand how trolls work, see what they do is they make fake accounts. Okay. So they do shit like this. They make an account called Jason Thomas. You see? Let me show you. Jason Thomas. And then when you click on about, it says, I'm just showing you how this works. It says April 8th, 2025, which was literally probably 5 or 10 minutes ago. He decided, hey, I'll make a comment and I'll go in there and say Rick Allen is guilty. Jason Thomas, first of all, your name is not Jason. It's probably Thomas Frost or something like that. So what we'll do with you, Putty Boy, we'll block you out real quick. Okay? Because we got to deal with you little pussies. We got to deal with you pussies. And you're trying to sidetrack the discussion. Obviously, I'm hitting on something that's, upsetting to the troll farm. So now I'm going to have to take the time and go Jason Thomas your ass. Okay, so goodbye, Jason Thomas. You'll have to make another 15th account. Okay, so we dealt with Jason. Thanks, Jason. Thanks for giving me a teaching moment for my viewers. Okay. All right. So that was Jason. Okay. Bye, Jessica. Oh, is it Felicia? Okay. Bye, Felicia. I'm sorry. I get my bitches mixed up. Bye, Jason. Thomas. Okay. All right. So, you see what Jason successfully did, though? He threw me off my train of thought because now I'm not thinking about whatever I was saying. But so be it. Maybe God provided us a teaching moment so that all of you could understand that they're trolls whose sole objective is to come in and do this kind of shit. And so I was just able to show you what they do. Okay, so let's keep moving on. Okay. All right. Now, Jason, you should have used an account you created 2 years ago so it wouldn't be so obvious. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. See how they sidetrack you with the whole fucking with the whole they give you a whole fucking side rabbit trail to go on. Okay, boom, where are we? Oh, that's why he was mad. That's why he was mad. Okay, that's why he had to come in. Because I was actually talking about the Carhartt, okay? And I was talking about how they tried to reverse engineer this onto Alan with the Carhartt, okay? They've tried to have him admit that he had Carhartt. So he says, I had black ones, I had a blue one, right? So they figure they got him locked down, okay? So they go and they do a search warrant. They get the blue Carhartt. And well, it turns out the Carhartt was manufactured after the date of the murders. Well, now they're fucked because now this means they can't use it to convict him because obviously it's not going to have the girl's blood on it. It's not going to have any forensics on it. And it's not even going to be admissible because it's manufactured after the date of the crime. Now they're railroaded themselves because they've limited themselves between these rails of it's a blue Carhartt because even though the initial media newspaper release made it appear that it was a black Carhartt, they went ahead and released this video showing that it is more likely blue. So now they don't have a blue Carhartt, and the blue Carhartt that Richard Allen owned was manufactured after the date of the murder. So they're fucked with the blue Carhartt. So now you know why the troll came in. And that's just the way the Delphi murders rolls. You see, so after you make it past the death threats and past the sextortion and past the controlled opposition and past the fucking gaslighting and past the discrediting of the attorneys on the case and all this shit, you eventually end up where the prof is, where you can upset trolls. But at least you end up with a chat full of smart, nice people like I have achieved. So I've achieved the impossible. So God bless you, chat members. God bless you, viewers. And hey, God bless you, hate watchers, because I love that you hate. All right, so let's move on. I'm trying to get through this because this is actually important. And this is why we have you here tonight. I do respect your time. Let's see if I can go ahead and grab the screen share for you. Where's my is my computer hanging up? Might be having a glitch moment. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Come on, mouse. Where are you? I can't find my mouse. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, there we are. There we are. It was having a little cognitive dissonance. I guess the troll fucked it up. Okay. Sorry. All right. Where are we? Where are we? Carhartts. Okay, so we're getting past that. We're getting to the car. I'm going to just let us pass that. But here's one thing I do want to just put a little snark in at the moment. I want to put a little snark on this one. They show the car and they say it matches everything. That is your car. There's zero doubt. All right, well, we're done here, Alan says. Okay, let me ask you this, Mr. Leggett. Mr. Leggett, did you allow everyone to identify their own vehicles? You know, like Sarah Carba, Betsy Blair, Kelsey German. When it comes to cars on the camera, I seem to recall this portion of this case where the way that you identified all the vehicles on that camera from the Harvest store was that you allowed the owners of the vehicles to identify themselves. I'm just saying, like, listen, if Betsy Blair vouches for herself, remember, she was doing all the fuck shit, like continuously going back and forth to the crime scene when it didn't even make sense. She also did not see Richard Allen. She made that very clear. And Sarah Carba, who was also doing weird shit and also did not see Richard Allen, and she made that very clear. Or Rayleigh Voorhees and her little sister, who also did not see Richard Allen, and they made that very clear. But you allow everyone to identify their own. Oh, and Kelsey German, who you say identified her own vehicle, and you made that very clear. Oddly enough, what did the FBI determine? Okay, I'll go past the cars. Sorry. But by the way, regarding this 65 comment, how do you turn that into Richard Allen's car, especially if he's parked over where I said he was, which was on Old Camden Road, and not at the CPS? So then who's parked at the CPS in an old vintage vehicle? Because remember, when we looked at that, you guys remember that when we looked at that Frank's memorandum, let's pull that back up. Remember in the Frank's memorandum, when it covered Carba, it specifically went into the fact that she drew, like, who the fuck knows what page it's on? I can't recall. It's probably in the 60s. I know this document pretty well, but let's see. I don't know. You know, we get into Elvis Fields in the 70s. I know that much. So maybe it's differently. I don't know. I mean, I'll take forever looking, digging for it, but I'm trying to find the actual excerpt where we discuss the fact that Sarah Carba drew a sketch. Like, you all need to see this. If you don't know this case, you need to know this. Okay, so it's worth going. I'll go through every page of this. Okay, till we find it. There we go. Let's see. Hmm. I don't know how easily it is to find, but I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. That guy is not real. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now, the turning Betsy Blair's vehicle that she observed. Let's see if I can find it in here. Not Betsy Blair, Sarah Carbuz. Let's see. You guys help me out. What fucking page is it? Come on. I'm telling you right now. Okay. She drew. I guess what I'm trying to point out. She drew a sketch of the vehicle that she saw, and it had the angular geometries. I'm glad that you all understand my joke. I'm telling you right now. Yeah. Sarah Carba or whoever the fuck did not see Richard Allen's vehicle. They saw something resembling a 65 Mercury Comet or whatever the fuck. Just a moment. All right, sorry guys, I needed to go get some water. Like, I'm literally going too nuts. I'm literally going too nuts. I can't find the shit. Okay, I was trying in this document, like it's only 137 pages. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm all effed up. You know, I can't find it. I got too wild. Okay, I got too wild. I can't find it and I'm giving up. She said, so you're saying it's not Carba, it's Bessie Blair. There you go. There you go. It's Bessie Blair. Right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm all effed up because I'm upset about reading this right here. Okay, so let's see. What happened to my screen share? Okay. Well, what I'm trying to say here is we could go into the Franks. Um, I could point you towards the Franks, where you will find Betsy Blair's description of that car resembling a comet, a 1965 comet, which her father owned previously. Not only that, in the footnotes, that's what I was looking for you all. So in the footnotes, it's described that not only did she say that, um, she drew it or sketched it out. She sketched out the angular curves, if you want to call it that, the angular shape of that vehicle. So let me ask you this. If Betsy Blair literally saw a car that resembled a vehicle that was a vintage vehicle her father owned, and if she sketched out those dimensions and angles, how in the world is that supposed to turn into Richard Allen's vehicle, especially if you consider the fact that he probably parked off of Old Camden Road over there? So all of a sudden, it makes sense. He wasn't even fucking parked there. So someone did see a purple PT Cruiser, and someone else, Betsy Blair, saw something like a vintage Comet or something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, nobody. Where's that sketch? Mean Girls. Leak that shit. Andy Baldwin. Leak that shit. There's a whole lot you could fucking leak. Sorry, I yell at times. All right, now let's continue. I'm trying to get through this. We're almost there, y'all. This is a cope. Okay, this is a coping mechanism. But like I said, Liggett says, it's your car. Although everyone else drives and identifies other vehicles, that's where we are with Alan. So, okay, we're done with Alan. He says he's done. Where are we? Let's get to it. Sorry, I get real mad. I get mad. I'm not going to be immune from emotions. Okay. Even though the Mean Girls would have you uh, believe that I don't have emotions. Okay. So the interview continues because, as you know, cops who are overreaching, even though, remember Kyle Fortson, okay, who also self deleted. How many times did he ask for a lawyer? Let me ask you this: Kyle Fortson, who is now dead and who leaves child and wife behind, how many times did he ask for a lawyer? And Holman just railroaded or plowed through and ignored it? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. I thought so. Yeah, because apparently when you say you're done with the interview, they're allowed to keep going. Apparently, when you say you need a lawyer, they're allowed to keep going. Yeah, and then if you end up dead, that was, oh well. If you end up prosecuted, oh well. Yeah, let's not forget. Let's not forget reality here. Like I said, this is a safe space to not lie to you. Okay, the only thing safe here is I ain't gonna lie to you. And I'm not gonna protect your feelings about shit that hurts. It hurts. Okay. Sorry. Truth is truth. Put your big girl draws on. Uh-oh, what just happened? There we go. Okay. Look at how Mullen finesses Alan. You're a nice guy. We're just trying to figure things out. You're a nice guy. Hey, who else is a nice guy? According to Ruckus Rocks, I don't know. Mark Robert Cohen, a nice guy. Tommy Frost, nice guy. Jerry Homan, nice guy. I don't know. Robert Fortune, nice guy. I don't know. A whole lot of fucking nice guys. But Mullen goes that route with Allen. Oh, he's a nice guy. I'm only trying to fuck you over. Okay. But Alan, like I said, he's wising up. This seems to have taken a turn. I've got nothing to worry about. I'm not real concerned here. But your attitudes towards me, like this is a moment that stuck out to me when he confronts them. He says, "Your attitudes have definitely changed, and I don't like the fact that it feels more like I'm being interrogated." Did you catch that? Did you all catch that moment of the interview when he says your attitudes have definitely changed? Because remember what they do? They even shift positions where Mullen comes from this side, and all of a sudden he comes closer to Allen, Mr. Nice Guy. Because you realize what's going on in this interrogation. Liggett is playing bad cop. Mullen is playing good cop. So it's good cop, bad cop. But once they flip the script, Mullen comes in closer in physical proximity to Allen. He becomes bad cop. And he starts saying, "This is you on the bridge." Remember? You see? This is called journalism. Suck it. Okay? This is called doing a journalism. I'm rubbing in your faces since we're cute and all, mean girls. All right. Now look at here. After another exchange, Alan says again, second time, "I think we're done." Mullen's questioning, however, continues, just like Holman did to dead Robert Fortson. Allen correctly accuses Mullen of trying to twist his words. And like I said, Mullen's on the aggressive. He's becoming bad cop. "This is you, this is you, this is you." Okay, Mullen continues, even though he's already twice said the interview's over. And honestly, listen. Let me put this aside again and get real with you. It's real hard, y'all. This is real hard because listen, I told you so many times. I have zero alliances or allegiances or motivations or agendas going into this to say that Richard is innocent. I give zero shits. All I care about is Abby and Libby. Okay, but this is where it gives me pause. I must admit. I must admit, because in reviewing this, the thing that gives me pause is Alan's, I would say, confidence that they ain't got shit on him. He continuously says, "You ain't gonna have shit on me. If it ain't my bullet, it ain't me. There's no way my bullet there. I wasn't there at the time." Like he continuously doubles down on "it ain't me. You ain't got shit on me." Okay, and so this is a moment that they're talking about when he's reiterating once again. I don't know, like the fifth time, he's like, "Good luck finding anything on me." And this is where I actually, I take a moment and I sit back and I think, hmm, hmm. Like, yes, would a liar say, "Yeah, I didn't do it" for the fifth time? Yes, yes, but I don't know. There's sort of a bravado or somewhat of a confidence that seems like it'd be hard to fake, where you're like, No, it's not me. There's no way. Like I guess what it comes down to with me, where it really hit me, is with the bullet. With the bullet. So when he says things to the effect of, if you're saying that bullet's from the crime scene, then it's no way it's from my gun. And vice versa. When he's saying, if you're saying you've got a bullet and that it matches to my gun and there's ballistic report, there's no way it's right. For me, the only convincing thing throughout all of this is that point. It's like, yeah, well, it seems like he's pretty fucking confident, honestly. Not in a way that can be faked. It seems like he's pretty confident that that bullet is not his. And I don't know how you could fake that. I mean, you could try to say like that bullet ain't mine. That could be said by people. But it seems to me like he's pretty adamant that if you got a bullet that's from the crime scene, it's not from my gun. And I'm just telling you what my gut says about this whole thing. Like the most convincing thing is, yeah, that bullet, there's no way it's mine. And so it leads you to wonder, like, damn, was he serious? He seemed pretty sure that that bullet wasn't his. Like, and I'm saying aside from everything else. So exclude everything else. Exclude everything else. Just think of the bullet. He seemed absolutely confident that that's not his bullet. And once again, let's show this, okay? Because right here, it's additive. He says, let's highlight it. He says, sorry, lost my mouse again. He says, lost the mouse again. Come on, computer. Sorry. I lost the mouse. I can't do a thing. Where is it? Come on, mousey. Okay, here we go. There we go. He says here, like, to me, this is pretty. How is a cop gonna actually hear this and say that he's faking this? Because he's like, good luck finding anything that points in that direction of me being the murderer. I mean, it's not me. You're not going to make me believe it's me. You're not going to find anything that ties me to those murders. I'm really not that concerned. Does anyone else see how confident that language is? Even when you listen to it, it's like, first of all, he's very confident about the bullet. And then he's confident in this statement here. And again, I think he's being somewhat prophetic where he's saying, you went from trying to, I don't know what you want to say, get my trust and slowly lure me into telling you I killed somebody and I'm not going to do it. Like, once again, I don't know, man. When he gets to this, like I say, when the shit gets pressure, when the pressure is on, he seems pretty convincing and to me. Okay. It's just what I'm saying. Like I said, I'm not shilling for him. I'm not shilling for Liggett. I'm not shilling for McClellan, and I ain't shilling for Baldwin. I'm telling you how I sense it. All right. Now, once again, Mullen gaslights and insists he's not giving Allen a hard time. Really, bitch? Seems like he's already told you twice the interview's over and you're still pressing him. Now, look at this. A third time, he says, we're done here. Arrest me or take me home. Despite the ultimatum, the video continues. So you see what I mean about this effort? Like I said, when do the ends justify the means? He's already said now 3 times, it's over. Take me home. How many times did Fortune say, I need an attorney? And he's dead now? Yeah, I thought so. So Alan correctly says here, this is ridiculous. We've all looked at this bridge guide thing for months and years. To me, that doesn't even look like a Carhartt correctly. How many of you own a Carhartt? Excuse me. I'm rude. Sorry. This is not a safe space for snowflakes. All right. To me, that doesn't even look like a Carhartt. He tells Mullen he's lost trust. Says this whole thing is stupid. Now you're pissing me off. Are you arresting me? Am I free to fucking leave or not? You're always free to leave, alleges Mullen. Yeah, right before they fucking put him in Westville, where he's tortured and abused and kept in solitary for over a year, and where they coerced confessions out of him by threatening to kill his wife and mother in law. Alan says, "You're an asshole." Okay. All right. So let's take a little intermission. Let's take a little intermission and be people for a minute. Okay. So listen, we've already discussed the prison phone calls, so we're not going to go into that tonight. I've already said what I had to say about those. So, anyhow, that was Fox 59's like so-called reporting on this. But I thought it was good because I didn't see that I needed to risk a copyright strike from these controlled opposition and state shills in order to play this for you. And plus, you've already been traumatized enough. I figured we could read through Fox's article because it's somewhat okay, even though it's like absolutely biased and not really comprehensive due diligence type of journalism. But we covered it. So anyway, now I want to cover you guys. Okay, so if you give me a moment, I have to go get a snack because I'm kind of getting a suddenly. I feel a little hungry. I'm gonna grab a snack, but I'm gonna put the link up because I want you guys to fucking click the link if you want to come on and talk to us all as ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, so that's the link. So if you click, you'll come backstage and I'll see who you are, and then we'll talk. And if you have, yeah, thank you, heavy metal. I need to grab the damn chocolate. I'll do that too. I'll grab chocolate and crackers. I'll eat a couple pieces of chocolate and crackers, and I'll try to make it through to see if any of you want to come and talk about this stuff. And otherwise, it's fine. You don't have to. I'm not begging you. I'm just saying that I would love to offer you the opportunity to come talk to us. Um, and in the meantime, I'm going to go grab a snack while you think about it because I'm hungry. All right. So just a moment. Apologize for the wait. Mm. Mm. All right, sorry, y'all. I'm starving. Starving like Marvin. Thank you very much, Mark Ellis. Welcome in, Mark. And Miss Pie Crust. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. You missed the best show ever, Mark, in my opinion. I think I spent a lot of calories yelling. Seriously, I think I expended a lot of calories yelling at the fucking camera. I honestly do. Like, I went from feeling fine to like feeling like I'm starving. What in the world? It's true. Like I probably spent like 1,000 calories yelling at the top of my lungs. Look at Christine. I'm telling you, guys, stop being so mad. My whole caloric intake went bottomed out. Awesome, awesome, Mark. Yeah, my whole caloric intake went. It bottomed out from yelling at the camera because I'm so pissed about the cars and the parking and the jackets and whatever else I screamed about. All right. All right. Sorry. Sorry. I know it's difficult. I cannot handle the emotional gaslighting. Like I said, they had all the opportunity in the world to release these exhibits in a way that was unbiased with a zero agenda. And what happened instead? No, of course, we got Troll Farm. Remember what happened. Troll Farm was able to run first with the disclosure of the recordings and the narrative behind it, the narrative push. So anyway, we got a couple people. Let's see who we got here. So I'm going to try to be a gentleman. I might want to put in my earbuds. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. See if this works. Uh-oh, what happened? We lost him. Come on back, man. Come on back if you're coming. Well, we got someone named Christine Just Me. Let's see who this is. Hello?
Hey, hey, it's silenced.
Hello?
Hey, it's me. It's silenced. Can you not
Oh,
hear
hey,
me?
let me see if I can. Yeah, let me see if I can get these earbuds working. I don't know why all of a
Okay.
sudden I'm hearing through the speakers. I want to hear through the earbuds.
Got ya.
How about now?
Yep.
No?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Jeez.
I can hear you. You can't hear me though.
Yeah, I hear you fine. I'll just.
Okay, good. You have mail, by the way.
Sunflower says, welcome, Chris. What is it?
Well, hello, Sunflower. How are you? How is everybody? Sorry, I sound a little off
I might have
today.
missed.
Are we still having sound delays?
No, I hear you fine. I'm waiting for
Okay,
you
good.
because I'm listening through the speakers because my little earbuds weren't connecting.
Got you. Okay. Sounds good. Hi, everybody. I have a little pneumonia going on, so I'm sorry if I don't sound super clear. Very, very nice show tonight, Prof.
Hey, was good to have you because I love your opinion so much, and
Of
it's good for
course.
you to come on. Yeah, well, we're all upset. I'm all upset because I'm not understanding the lack of transparency once again. And it's like, what's with the narrative pushing here? Can we just get the fucking exhibits and talk about them?
Exactly. It bothers me, like it legitimately bothers me that the only people that have those thumb drives or that's admitting to having them is just a couple of media folks. I'm not sure how that I'm not sure how that went, and I'm not so sure that that's fair because some of the best media has been YouTubers. So I've only heard of Tom Webster and then another person doing a documentary allegedly has a copy. But that's the only ones that I've seen that actually have copies from the court. So that's interesting. But I do
Well,
like.
go
Go ahead.
ahead.
No, you're fine. Go
No, go
ahead.
ahead. Deb says, "Hey, Christine, hope you feel better soon." So we all do. We
Thank
all
you.
do.
Yeah.
Christine, we want you to drink tea and get some
Yes.
sleep.
Yeah. I went to the doctor yesterday, so I'm on a whole cocktail of steroids and antibiotics and all of that good stuff. So I'm actually feeling better. I just still sound terrible, but I feel all right. So I'm
Um,
glad that everybody got to finally see those interviews. Like I kind of was expecting the response has been pretty much what I expected is just everybody's dissecting it and you know making it fit whatever scenario they had originally believed. But now we can at least move past the false narrative of Rick put himself there. He said he was wearing what the bridge guy was wearing. Now that everybody has seen those interviews, they know how inaccurate that is to keep saying. You know what I mean? So that's
well,
been
hey,
nice.
question for you.
Yes.
Do you think I'm way off base with like being a little skeptical here?
Um, no, actually, I don't. There's not a lot that you say that I disagree with usually. Um, as more of that drive starts to make its way into the public's hands, the picture should start to become a lot more clear about um, why things were said and why things weren't said. But some of your criticism, I mean, it's fair. So I nobody likes to talk bad about the teammates, but man, some of that criticism, I wrestle with myself. Like some of the things that I thought that we would see in trial didn't come up.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah, right. And I'm not
there,
even really asking about that. I feel like it's unreasonable that we have to be dealing with limited amount of information rather than an abundance of information, you know?
absolutely, yeah, it's insane. That is insane. Even if, the drive, I think they said it was going to have like 128 gigs on the thumb drives. That's a lot of information. A thumb drive will hold a whole lot of information, and we're getting it piecemealed every day. And I understand that the people that are sharing it, they want to get their coins too. But like, I'm a little surprised that nobody has just put the whole thing out there and said, this is it, this is all of it, do what you want with it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So I will feel better when that happens, and then we can make sure that the people with the loudest voices actually have all of the information that's available. There's
Well,
still
that's my
stuff
my
that
whole thing is like if there's nothing wrong with it, just release everything and
exactly.
show the people there's nothing wrong. Anyway,
I
look,
agree.
Christine, I don't want to interrupt you, but Noe popped in, so I just want to alert you to the fact Noe popped in. So Noe's here.
Well, hello, handsome.
Hello, young lady.
How are you?
Long time no speak.
Right?
Hey,
Uh,
Noe.
So,
hey, Prof,
Hey,
and
man.
hi, everybody. I
Cheers.
just I was I joined earlier and I couldn't hear. I was in a public place. I did a
mm,
little bit of music tonight in Greenwood, Indiana, and then
nice.
I drove back here to my where I'm staying, and I saw the live, the stream yard, the link. So I thought I'd come in and say hi.
Good. I'm glad to hear your voice. I
Yeah,
haven't
so
seen
am
you in
I.
a while.
hmm So
So
I'll just
what
stick
did you
around.
think?
I'll
Did you
stick
get to
around
listen to
and
any of
wait
the
around.
interviews?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you get to hear any of the interrogations yet?
Oh yes, yes. I did last night. I stayed up watching it. It was a 5 hour thing. I think I watched with Tom Webster. Uh,
Yep.
I I started towards the end of the phone recordings. He said he presented two or three or five recordings, and then the interrogation. Is that right?
I think so. I think he had 4 or 5 of the
Okay.
things and
I
then the 2 interrogation videos.
uh-huh.
I
I
think
I
he might
heard the
have played
last
more.
one. I heard the last phone call recording, and then the whole, what was it, an hour and 45 minutes of interrogation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh
Yeah.
so I saw the complete interrogation, and I think that Rick stood his ground the whole time. He stood his ground, and he, I mean, he plain and simple said, "Hey, look, I did not do this. That bullet did not come from my gun. There's no way." And no matter what Jerry Holman, whatever tactics he tried, he started being very, like, very nice to him, and like at the same level with him, and then until he got really crappy with him. Rick stood his ground the whole time, and
Sure
for the
did.
troll farm to go around and say, "Oops, proof, there's the proof," you get, like, Tom Webster was being so unfair and really, uh
A douche.
like, it yeah if like, if Rick made a movement or touched a piece of paper or drank out of his bottle a certain way, uh Tom was like, "Oh, why would he touch the paper now? Why would he do this? Why would he do that? Well, look, why are his shoulders shrugged? Well, dude, you're there like for 2 hours, and they're hounding, like, um
Exactly.
your demeanor is gonna change. Me, I'm probably a total different personality than Rick. I would have been screaming back at Holman. I would have been getting up and down and all that. That's his demeanor, man. I mean, the guy stood his ground. He said, "No, I did not do this. No, I did not. My bullet. There's no way." And then the troll farm turns around, and they're like, "Oh yeah, yeah. Look at the way he's sitting. That's oh, Ruckus came in, or I saw Ruckus's comments. His body language proves he's guilty."
Hey, can I make a statement? I want to interject here. This is for everybody watching right now. Listen, did you notice that in that live chat, it was literally 90 plus percent troll farm?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for
Yes.
anyone who's missed it, go look at that and go look at the chat And I promise you, that live chat was 90+% troll farmers. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
was.
Melanie.
Julie was there. Julie was on that chat, and so was I. And I kept like whenever I saw a stupid remark from the troll farm, a troll farm member, I would like immediately hit them with like the opposite, or because they were just being ridiculous. Oh, the way he's
Yeah,
talking. Oh, did you notice how he changed his tone of voice? No, 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 no. The guy stood his ground. He was consistent throughout the whole fucking interrogation. Um,
exactly.
Fix solves comes in and says, I got his ass. He said, "Oh gosh, let me put my thoughts together." But he said something like,
Faggy, faggy, faggy. Oh, sorry. Okay, so never mind.
no, he said that he knew, oh, something about only some evidence that only the murderer would know, right? And started talking about the van, right? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and I told Fig, and he responded to my comment. I said, well, um, then you talked about the van on social media way back when. And I asked him, how did you know information that only the murder would know, Fig? And
Good point.
and,
Bingo,
and
Noe.
he said,
Bingo.
I said, did Walla pass on that information to you, Fig? And he said, no. The response he gave me
Yes.
was an idiot response. He said, no, I heard it from Rick Allen. I said,
Yeah.
man, you're
Okay. So that's
stupid.
No,
a
buddy. You heard it from Jody Williams and Monica Walla.
it's a
He
bingo.
said he heard it.
So
He first heard it from, no, I said, who told you that, Fig? Was it Monica Walla? And he said, no, I first heard it from uh from Rick Allen, because he was telling other inmates. How would you know? How There's no way, man, that he would have heard it from Rick Allen first.
exactly. So the way that I understand the flow of information to have gone, allegedly, nobody sue me. These are my opinions. But I believe that it was going from someone on the prosecution side of things. I don't know whether it was a cop, an office worker, a court clerk, somehow. But I think somehow it was coming from the state side of things to Fig, then to Monica Walla, and then back to Rick. And I think it was a big old circle that way.
Wow.
That is just my opinion, and that's what makes the most
It
sense
makes more
because
sense.
they all knew things that they really had no business knowing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was one of them. He was one of them who knew shit that only the murder would know, and he was
Exactly.
putting it out on the social
And
on
at the
social media.
and at the same time, they had us gagged so we could only half-ass investigate.
Mm.
Like you can't investigate in a vacuum. You have to talk to people in order to ask them what they know. Like you have to do that. And that leak kicked everybody's paranoia off the chart, and it made it difficult for us to approach people because even
Wait,
to
wait,
this
Christine.
day,
What leak? What leak are you talking about?
The
well, there were a few, but
There was, yeah,
um there was the one with the crime scene photos.
the
Okay,
main
so there was
one
the
was
first
that
crime
one.
scene photos. There were actually
Well, wasn't
photos of
Fig
the
in the
clothes and
mix of
whatnot.
that too?
Yes,
Wasn't
of
Fig
course right
wasn't Fig's
there.
name on in the mix of that too at Allen
Right
County?
there. Yes. So there was that very first leak of the photos of the clothes in the water and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
So that's one. And then you had the crime scene leak where a man ended up dead in the mix of that. That has not
Yeah.
been given
Okay,
the
okay, yep.
respect and reverence that it deserves because somebody died.
Uh-huh.
And then you had the uncomfortable conversation with one of my colleagues and the R&M girls and Osbrook and like that whole group of, I don't really consider that a league, but I mean, it was an uncomfortable situation. Well, once you go through those situations enough times, and they tried to put everybody in jail, like they tried to have Andy Baldwin arrested. They did get um,
Todd
Mitch
Click.
Westerman arrested. You
Yeah.
Yeah,
know,
click,
like it was
click.
a big deal. Well, you
They
keep
killed
going through that
Ferenczi. They
chaos.
killed Ferenczi. They killed Thompson.
Exactly. So, how in the hell are you supposed to investigate when the gag order has everybody unwilling to talk? But then, like, you're afraid that if you ask questions of the wrong person and they repeat it, then you're going to go to jail. Like, all of that made things more difficult. And that's, even after the conviction, she waited to release these photos or the evidence drive.
Well, now that you bring that up, Christina, I thought of something else, and Holman on this interrogation, you can see him several times, if not like half of the damn interrogation is about the bullet, and then he keeps saying, "Well, I'm trying to help you, man. I'm trying to help you." He's pretty much wanting Rick Allen to admit that that's his bullet because the damn fucking document he's got is legal and it's true. And, and then he's like, and we got more evidence, but I'm not gonna, show give you more. And they didn't have anything else.
Exactly.
They didn't. That he was like coercing um Allen to admit that that bullet came from his gun, and the man stood his ground and said, "Fuck no, no, there's
Right.
no way that a bullet a bullet found in the murder scene come out of my gun."
Right. Hold on.
Hang in
Yeah, I
there.
felt that that's what I was saying in the show earlier is I felt that's where he was holding his ground and being pretty adamant that there's absolutely no way that came out of my, which would
Yeah,
indicate
he
that
stood his
it's
ground.
planted or it's someone else's. I mean,
Mhm.
honestly, that's
Oh,
why I don't agree with this confirmation bias. It's like,
Prof, and
well,
did
if
you
you
hear
want
him
to
say,
think he's guilty, you're going to go that way. But if you really look at it with no attachment, you would say, well, he's pretty fucking confident. That's
Prof,
not his bullet.
did you hear Holman tell Allen that 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 he is like he was 100% sure that bullet came out of his gun because they had tested other guns.
Science. Yeah.
They
Exactly.
Bullshit science.
it,
Yeah.
and that was bullshit. They did-
Yeah, it was. I mean, dude, let me stop. I'm gonna mute Christine because she's
Yeah.
coughing.
okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Go
hang
ahead
in
and
there.
cough, Christine. No, I want to
Yeah,
say this. No, we don't go. Don't go. I want to say
no, no,
this.
no.
The thing that got me is basically Holman's entire performance was bullshit. The whole
Mm-hmm.
thing was read technique. The whole thing was lying, bullying, bullshitting. Like,
Mm-hmm.
whereas I could look at Mullen and Holman and say they just have tunnel vision, they're being dickheads. When you look at Holman, he's being like POS, bro. Bottom line. Like,
Oh
there's
yeah.
no excuse. There's no like justifying Holman's performance. And that's
That that
my opinion.
interrogation that interrogation was all based mostly on the bullet. Okay. Of course, yeah, they talked about the time he was there and what he was wearing, blah blah blah. But then when he got to the, like he said it, he even says it there on the damn thing. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. That's a redneck Hoosier fucking statement. Meat and potatoes, my ass. When they get to the meat and potatoes, there was no potatoes or no meat. There was nothing on that bone. And so that's when he starts talking about the bullet and starts grilling him on the bullet. Okay, and the man stands his ground. That's not my bullet. then and then he goes on to say that there's more evidence against him, but he never presents them. He never presents anything that really is meat and potatoes of it all.
Yeah,
And
it's all like it's all like religious type of belief in the science of the bullet, which
Exactly.
we now know is bullshit.
And Prof, didn't one juror, the only juror who's come forward and became public, didn't he say, or she, whoever it was, that the bullet was irrelevant?
They excluded it. Yeah, great point. I'm so glad you're here, Nui. Excellent point. Yep. She said they disregarded it.
Am I the only one
Christine,
seeing
come
this?
back.
Am I
It's
the only
not
one seeing
okay.
this?
It's okay,
Am I the
Christine.
only one that sees it? Okay, then the whole
Okay, I'm back now. Sorry.
yeah, the main meat and potatoes of the interrogation was that bullet. Yet a juror said, "Oh, the bullet. No, the bullet wasn't
We
important.
disregarded it because it was
It was the
like the
voice.
defense
It
did a
was
good
the
time of proving it
confession."
was bullshit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's bullshit
Wait,
forensics.
wait until you all see that graphic that the bullet expert showed in court. Wait until you get to see that. It is, it was ridiculous. She did not even compare. She didn't put up photos. Like there were photos on the board, but it was really far away, so you couldn't see exactly what she was trying to show, right? But during the hold on, the
Uh-oh.
forensics guy, it might have been a guy. I said she. It may have been he. I don't remember. But there were no comparison microscope pictures. Like you
Oh,
expect
you
to
mean
see.
Oberg. Yeah, it was a female. She no, it
Yeah,
was that's what I'm saying, Christine. It's all
you expect to
BS.
see a side by side image of those. We've all seen striations. We all know what they are. They come from fired bullet. She couldn't even get a match, no matter how hard she tried, until she fired the bullet.
Yeah,
But
Ridiculous.
what was
exactly.
Absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah.
so part of the scientific process is that your work has to be repeatable. Well, shit, she couldn't even do it the first time, no less repeat it. Like there, so I'm not sure because they didn't show proof of her work. So did they match? Hell, I still don't know. To this day, I don't know. I know what the report says, but there was no photography of it in the courtroom.
It's
It
all
was
just nothing. I mean, dude, it's nothing. And where
there
is
have
it
been
now for like Christine? My whole thing is where is it now for the world? Like, do you think, okay, the one investigator in Indiana is a better expert than the entire world to be able to like peer review her work?
Right.
exactly, exactly. So we all know that the FBI was involved at one point, and then they were asked to exit the situation.
Yeah.
Well, one of the whole reasons that you invite FBI experts is because of their resources. They have the best labs, they have the best DNA folks, they have the best ballistics folks, they have, you know, there are experts that come along with the FBI for free. That's why everybody wants the FBI to help them out when you're in a small town with very few
Well,
resources.
Christina, but that was not allowed because um, Mount Zion Lodge 211. It
I
was not.
love you,
They were
Noe.
not gonna allow the feds to get in there. Mount
But
I
the
love
Zion
serious,
you.
okay,
211.
serious though. Do you guys remember after the arrest of Richard Allen, when Doug Carter behind the scenes did his little fucking interview for the TV station? He said the FBI, the NSA, da, 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 and all federal agencies are at our disposal.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Until they weren't. I cannot understand at all. But
Well, I'm
then
telling you guys, it was the Mount Zion fucking motherfucker said no. Bye bye.
it was
Get out. We got this. That's what happened. I mean, You're
Yeah.
not gonna
The
convince me that it
Camden,
was
the
otherwise.
Camden Lodge,
Camden
Nick
Lodge,
McClellan, Brad Holder, Logan
211.
Holder, Mike Patty, Jerry Holman, and the entire Masonic structure said, "Effie, I gotta go."
Yep. Bye bye.
Exactly.
I'm sorry,
Exactly.
but yeah, that's it
You
is what
know,
it is.
now I can't share actual police reports, but I've said this before, so it's not going to be new to most of you. But the FBI was very clear on what type of person they were looking at for this homicide.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't a sex offender. The locals, the Delphi police and the sheriff's department, they were hell bent on just throwing money down the hole, chasing down every pedophile in Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Iowa. Like I do not understand it at all. When like the BAU that we watch on TV, okay, so that's a real thing. There really is a BAU unit in the FBI, and they really did do work in Delphi.
Yes.
But why? But why ignore that?
Yeah. Why? Why throw away the
I
B? And what
understand.
did the BAU say, Christine?
So they have this list of like traits that they're that this killer would have. One of them was a lack of sexual violence. One of them, they thought that they would be a violent person overall. Um, let's see, what else was it? Oh, they thought they might be experienced in um, killing animals. So maybe somebody that works in a slaughterhouse, an avid hunter, one of those kind of jobs because of the way that things were done.
Wow, kind of
Yeah,
sounds
and there
like a
was a
lot of
couple
the
of others.
POIs who we've speculated about over the years. Like the
Exactly.
gangsters, the meth
Exactly.
dealers, the Garrett
Yep.
Kurtz types.
Yep. Agreed. Agreed. 100%. But I don't know why there was this. It was like a stubborn resistance. Like couldn't they couldn't do anything different than they normally do. Like I don't know how they decided that this was a sex crime when there was no evidence of the girls being violated in that way, but if for some reason these guys were just bent on this being a pedophile.
I mean,
They,
Christine, I have a question because it just occurred to me.
sure.
So, in other words, Richard Allen supposedly targeted these girls for a sex crime, but then doesn't commit a sex crime, and then
Exactly.
some reason kills them? What the hell
Exactly.
would be the reason for killing them if you haven't graded them?
And he didn't even have any of the BAU markers. He had no history of violence. There had been. Okay, so this is already out there in places you all can look for it yourselves. But there had been a disturbance in the Allen home where the police were called.
That's minimal.
That
That
was
happens.
manipulated to look like something that it was
Uh-huh.
not.
Yeah, that happens all the time with all kinds of people. That for them to want to use that specific incident that and it was only like maybe one time,
It
right?
was only one time, and
Yeah.
it was not even a domestic situation. It was a mental health situation.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, there was that, but he had no history of violence. Kathy said he had never even like raised his hand to scare her. Never, never, never. So he had
Christine,
no
stop.
violence. So that didn't matter.
Can we please clear the air right now about something? Noe,
Sure.
I'm gonna remove you for a moment. Just chill out, hang out backstage, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Christine,
Yes.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Can we please talk about something?
Sure.
The police being called to their household in the years prior to the murder for a situation.
Correct.
What do you know about that?
So I really don't like to speak for Kathy and invade her personal life,
I
I
totally understand
feel,
that.
but I feel like that story deserves to be told the right way, and I'm sure Kathy will choose to do that or not choose to do that later. However, it was a suicidal attempt. So, um, it was not a situation. He wasn't breaking stuff. There was absolutely no violence towards anyone in
Thank
that
you.
incident.
I want to clear the air for that because you know what these
Yeah,
bad actors do? They like to run with the allegations that he
correct.
was beating his wife, which is
Correct.
why the police were called to his household.
Correct.
And so that's been a narrative they've been running with to try to paint him as a violent domestic offender.
Correct.
So, as far as you understand, that was a self harm,
Probably
red
yes.
flag type of
Yes.
incident.
That's exactly what it was.
Thank you,
It was.
babe. Thank you. I'm gonna let Noe back in.
That's
I
great.
know. I just wanted because we've never taken the time to say that,
Right.
and I've still seen people running with this thing that he beat his wife. That's why they called the
Yeah,
cops.
that
Okay.
drives me insane when I
Thank
hear
you.
that. And
But look,
I like to not tell other people's stories for them, but this is one, like, there just had to be some clarity there.
I
Cause
just hope that people and especially Kathy will understand that there's no ill intentions in sharing that. I didn't know
No,
this.
yeah,
no, it's
I
no. We're
thought
not. No, no. We're trying to protect or give the respect of the light
exactly.
of truth back to
because look,
Kathy.
look, look.
Yeah,
I mean, Richard Allen, if he touched the paper, oh, he's guilty. Look, the way he touched the paper during the interrogation,
exactly.
or if he and they will take the most minimal things
Correct.
and make them a mountain and then
Yeah,
you know and that's why I'm glad that you're clearing that out. I didn't know that. I knew
yeah,
what people are saying on social media, that he there was an episode at his house, the cops were
right.
called in,
Yep.
he was being aggressive, blah blah blah. That's what I thought, right?
Yeah,
I didn't know that it was a like that type of situation that you
yeah.
explained.
I mean, there's more to the story, but that's the gist of it. So I just feel like I know she's getting raked over the coals, but Kathy is a grown adult and she is stronger than she gets credit for. And I personally think that she will tell those stories when it's right for them, and I'm gonna
And we encourage
allow
her
them that.
because I said earlier, Christine, I don't know if you were here, but what was really upsetting to me, and I want to reiterate it, is that you see, this is the first time laying my eyes on it, but seeing her body language and the look on her face when she
Yeah,
comes into that room,
Mm-hmm.
it gutted me because, she's been the subject of multiple attacks by the stupid ass old ladies on Facebook who have been blaming her for protecting Rick or knowing he was involved, or blah blah blah. They've demonized her, turned her into a monster. They've literally
did they?
called her a monster.
Yeah, I've
Mm-hmm.
heard it.
And when I see that lady come into that room, all I see is a victim. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
agree.
that's my take on
Well,
Kathy Allen.
one thing that I noticed during these, when Holman was going in and out, I could tell that he was going out and uh, lying to Kathy, or trying to intimidate, maybe intimidate, or cross inform Kathy, and then when Kathy comes in, she's very confused.
Because they had been hurting her. Yeah, they've been lying
Correct.
to her,
They
and they
they
use
Correct.
they
sexual language and they use violent language, and they came with the bullet and said that his
the
bullet was
bullet.
absolutely there. They lied to her.
when Kathy walks into that room, she's thinking that bullet was yours, Ricky. That you
Mhm.
know that because that's uh
Yeah,
uh,
that's what
Holman.
she had been told. Uh-huh.
Holman would go out there and uh like pretty much scare her. Your husband's in big trouble.
That's why
That's
we
it.
need to see that interview. We need to publish that fucking interview.
Okay, so here's the thing about that interview. They didn't use it in court.
What?
Let's
So
go.
so Kathy's interview is not in the
Oh,
record.
I
oh.
know,
I
but it
I know.
exists.
So hopefully for appeals, we'll see what the lawyers choose to do.
Do you think it's
I don't know if we'll
recorded?
see it down
Do
the
you
down
think?
the
Do you
line
think
or
they
not.
have? Do you think they have record of it, or did it get lost?
I would assume so, because those, that 70 days worth of interviews, it actually happened twice. So the first time was a few days. They caught it, they fixed it, and then they did it again. So the accidental erasing of interviews happened in two different sets. But the interviews with Rick and Kathy, the interrogations, are later. So I'm sure, I know that Rick's were recorded in the entirety. It was edited. Rick's, one of his interrogations, I think it was the second one,
Christine,
that was
Christine,
edited for
Christine.
Kathy's privacy and dignity.
The interrogations of Kathy, would those be public record? Would the
No,
public be able to? No, they can
no,
obtain them from the.
all the public is going to get at this point. I'm not saying, I don't know. These lawyers doing the appeal, the appellate lawyers of record, man, they are heavyweights. So I cannot even assume what they're going to use down the line. But for now, what the public is going to get is the trial exhibits.
Yeah, like my statement is that it would have to be leaked, which for
Correct.
this case, it's par for the course. So maybe it will be.
Apparently. So we can all just hold out hope because I never got to see it. I have heard about it, but I didn't get to see Kathy's interview. But I did
I
get to
allegedly
see,
heard that there was a lot of sexual talk in it from
if there
David Vito.
was,
I don't know why that would be so, but yeah.
especially when the you told him that this was not a sexual issue. Yeah, I don't know why they went with that. But we hear that in our other homicides, even. Like, that is just, I don't know if it's in like detective training 101, that they realize that you look at all the perverts first anytime a child is murdered. But like, they all do it. It's the weirdest thing to me. But um, yeah, what I heard of Kathy's interview, that it was gross. Like, it was violating, degrading, like it was just gross.
Maybe she'll come
And
out and
then there
tell us
was lying.
herself. Yeah.
She may not. Women kind of, we can be sensitive souls when our dignity is, you know, bothered. But she may. Um, but even Rick's interview, they had to edit that. So there was mention in court that they took out a section, and they did it because it had information about other people, and it was done for the dignity of Kathy and others. So they eliminated a chunk. So what sounds like a 2-hour interview was actually longer than that. But the public's only going to get what was used in court. That's my understanding anyway.
I wanna interject something here, like a
Sure.
big picture of okay, that interview that interrogation we saw yesterday was in 22 October of 22.
Correct.
Okay, and then okay, and then going forward. fast forward to what was it, February or April of 23, like almost a year later, he's saying, I did it. I did it. Right?
Yeah.
There's something wrong there. That if you look at the full picture, it doesn't make sense that what we saw during the interrogation with Holman to a year later with Monica Walla.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
So
Well,
It's
yeah,
night and day. It's night and day. You
well, and
know.
especially when we've heard that there's been multiple confessions to this crime from people in the
many people.
Midwest.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There were so many false confessions that three of them came out of one jail pod. Like, they've got a pod of cells. I've never been in Carroll County, so I don't know what it looks like. But they've got like groups of cells and then they're kind of in one little group. Freaking three of them came from that one cell pod that were all taking credit for these murders.
Hmm.
Like, it was absurd, the number of people that said they did it. I mean, you can kind of dismiss the guys with long-term schizophrenia that they probably really think they did, but they didn't. But there were so many people confessing to these murders. It was crazy. So to me, it's equally as crazy to believe a guy that has been tortured. That's equally as crazy to me. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. And Rick's own psychiatrist, his prison psychiatrist, said on the stand that the UN says that keeping someone in solitary confinement for more than 14 days is a war crime. It's cruel
Yeah.
and unusual punishment.
Well, I
So
covered that.
if you can't keep somebody on Guantanamo Bay in solitary for more than 14 days, why in the hell was Rick locked up in solitary for 2 freaking years? And then how do we trust anything that came out of his mouth? Like,
Now, I'm gonna tell you something from firsthand experience. Little Carroll County, they could have housed them very
yeah,
in Elkhart County.
yeah,
Half the jail in Elkhart is empty. It houses
yeah.
700 people. They only got like 300 or 400. You got
Thank you,
you got,
Stevie. You're right.
and they could have safe kept them there. Safe keep. You know, they didn't have to send them to Westville as a
Right.
pretrial
No,
detainee.
like my conspiracy theory. Sorry,
There,
guys.
there were
They sent
so
him to
many options.
Westville right into the hornet's nest. They put him right where they needed him to fucking
Mhm.
threaten to fucking kill him and his wife and his mother-in-law and his daughter and everything. Yeah.
Okay, so here's where the fun's going to be. Not fun, but this is where I have chosen to start accountability. So I am prevented from sharing things that came to us in discovery unless it's a trial exhibit. However, y'all got to remember I'm an investigator. So that Westville research was done by Erica and I, and that is our work product that we were never paid for, but we can talk about that. So, and that research is extensive. We have names of people that were killed in Westville, that were tortured in Westville, that had medical abuse done in Westville. All of that is fair game because prison lawyers don't scare me. So that will be coming in the future.
This week.
Oh, yay. Good, good, good. Because I'm ready to do that because it was not an accident that he was sent to Westville.
No way. It
Oh,
was the plan. Like I
Yeah, it
said,
was
that's
planned.
why you see this whole I've said before, like this whole thing that's public facing, where he's remanded to the custody of DOC, and the
Mhm.
supervisor of DOC gets to thoroughly consider what's in his best interest and where he's best kept, and blah blah bullshit. The conversation is had behind the scenes. Hey, we need to put this motherfucker in Westville to get him dealt with. Is that cool? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, let's sign the thing. Okay, boom, done.
You know what's funny is that during trial, I can recall, we had to be real careful about what we were allowed to attack or whatever. The lawyers did, not me, because I don't do lawyering. But the lawyers had to dance a really fine line when it came to talking about Westville. But they did ask Dr. Walla and the prison psychiatrist who made the decision to put him in solitary confinement, or who made the decision to send him to Westville. And I can recall them asking a few different people that question, and nobody would answer it. So, like, legitimately, I would like to know who made the decision to send him to Westville.
Well, I know. I already know because I studied all of it. It was the superintendent of the DOC had the ultimate decision because he was remanded to DOC custody. So it was
Right?
up to the superintendent of the DOC to house him in an appropriate environment, and it just happened to be Westville. And then Gallipo just happens to place him in solitary for a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
So,
that's
well,
your
who's the
lineage.
rocket scientist behind that move? So here's where Rick's civil rights were violated. The prison's own policy, they talked about it in court, is that they have a 14-day max for solitary confinement. However, if someone still meets the criteria of needing solitary confinement, they're supposed to have like some prison powwow where the guards that see him most often, the psychiatrist, the therapist, and the warden, they kind of all get together every 2 weeks to prolong that solitary confinement. They weren't having those meetings. So while Judge Gull said that he was in conditions more favorable than a normal inmate would get, that it's the exact opposite. And that's in black and white. That is in their prison rule book. And they didn't care.
Yeah, there's a
Judge Gull
huge, I mean, for me, Christine, as you know very well, my whole deal with this entire case, because of my own life experience, is this whole thing that was done to Richard Allen, it should never happen to any fucking citizen of the United States. I mean, how many times do people have to die in state custody
correct.
until people start handling things the right way?
So we
You know?
still don't know why Rick was transferred from Westville to Pendleton with no notice. He was also moved prior to trial. He was moved from Westville to Wabash under the cover of darkness. They got him and they moved him in the middle of the night
Mm-hmm.
without warning anyone. It was like they came in, they grabbed him, they delivered him, and that was that. And so nobody knew that it was coming. That is my understanding of
Then,
how he moved to Wabash.
then,
Now,
then,
who in the hell made that choice?
and then it's weird that closer to trial, they move him to Cass County.
Right?
It
They
doesn't make
did.
well that they should have moved him to a county closer to Carroll from the get go. Like
Yeah,
he was
I don't
already
know
in
how
White
in the
County.
heck.
I, he was in White County. Why didn't they keep him there? Why did he have to go to DOC?
The
Why?
They did right, and they had made arrangements after they realized that things were going really, really wrong in Westville. They found an alternate housing situation for him. One of the county jails was like, "We don't want to, but we'll take him."
That was
oh,
Cass County.
of course
Cass.
not, though. They were never going to do the right thing. Listen, I want to highlight this comment because this is beautiful. Chronic Illness Diary says we need an Allen law, which I've been calling for. One,
Yes,
lawyer must be present for anyone talking to Ellie at any time. I agree.
I agree
Two,
wholeheartedly.
pre-trial detainees cannot be held in solitary, I would say, for more than 2 weeks.
I
Okay.
agree with that.
Three, no statements ever can be used against you during a mental health crisis of the extent that Richard had. Absolutely. Thank you
I
for being in this
absolutely.
channel. That's why we
Yeah,
exist.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. So there are some lawyers that watch Prof.
Well,
Um,
look,
hopefully,
from the
hopefully we can
beginning,
get that going.
when he was charged, and Carroll County did not have the capacity to house him, they
Hmm.
they, they shouldn't have. They made the decisions for him. I mean, with no lawyer present, with no representation. They tossed them around. Well, they send him to White, and then all of a sudden they decide that they're gonna send him to DOC as a pretrial detainee. That's, I mean, it is possible. Yeah, but it's not normal. That shit don't happen.
No, that's what we do to people doing the T word. That's the moves you make towards, some prisoner of war. That is
Yeah,
not
some type of
all of
emergency
that
situation.
weirdness
and
is
and,
not meant for a
and,
guy
and
not that's not even been convicted yet.
look, there's just around the north central Indiana, the counties around here. There's jails, county jails, that could have housed uh, Richard Allen
Exactly.
from the
And what
get.
about mental illness facilities for inmates?
They have state hospitals here. They have one in Richmond, Indiana. They have another one in
Why
Logansport.
wasn't, as a pretrial detainee, he's not convicted? Why is he not
Correct.
eligible for placement in a hospital? Because,
Correct.
especially considering that he's pretrial.
And
Well,
there's a lockdown
but
unit.
what
They call it the Jane English unit in Logansport. And that entire unit is people being held for court.
It's
but
unbelievable.
but you see, Prof, the how they get away with that is when you get booked in for whatever charge it is, they do like a little half-ass evaluation in the booking room. They ask you
You're
like
right, Noe.
they ask you
Yep,
like 30, 40, 50 questions, and then right there, the guard that's asking you these questions, he makes the decision there. Oh, well, uh boom, put him in a pod or put him in a holding cell or
exactly.
whatever. You know, so that's how they get away with even people who really didn't do need to go to these facilities, these special facilities. They end up in a fucking pod in a county jail because it's some fat ass like ruckus doing these interviews, like 30 questions, and
Yeah.
oh,
He
you
looks
know what I'm saying?
guilty. Yeah. Hmm.
And that's
Yeah,
that's how every I mean, it might be someone who really needs to be in a who really has mental health
right.
issues, and if it's some fat ass CEO like from Florida, you know you go
I
you go to
love
the
you,
pod,
Noe.
you go to the
Stop it,
pod
Noe.
you go to the
Stop it.
pod yeah. You I mean, it's how it works, man. And now I don't know what state Allen was when he got booked in, but obviously
Angry.
they They moved them
Angry.
to fucking White County for some reason, right? Whoever booked them in said, "No, we don't have the capacity of how we was the sheriff then." Because the sheriff makes the ultimate decision who stays in his jail or who doesn't.
So here's the most fucking absurd of all the things in this case. Rick's arrest was the most crooked shit I have ever seen. Kathy was calling the jail to find Rick. She didn't know if he had been put in a cell yet. She didn't know what was happening. All she knew is that her husband left with the police and didn't come home.
Hmm.
So Kathy starts trying to find out where Rick is. And
Mhm.
she would call the jail and they'd say he's not here. They denied having him while they had him
And
Yeah, because yeah,
because
right,
they
you
right,
know what
booked
you know
him.
what they do,
right.
Christine. They
They used an
they
alias.
they
Mhm.
will not give you any information. Um, they'd be like, we can't give out any
Craig,
information on
well, it was
any.
Craig Ross Rentfo, Christina.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So I don't fault the desk guy who was answering the phone because I
Mhm.
don't think any of the guards at Carroll County where he went first, I don't think any of them knew that Rick Allen was there. I don't think they had any clue that they had the Delphi suspect in their
Well,
jail.
and I got to admit, okay, so there's aspects of that that make sense to me for safekeeping because
Correct.
you're trying to get him into custody, get him locked
Correct.
down without
Yep.
a threat of murder between A to B. But at
Exactly.
some point, you got to understand this is a guy's family's looking for him, his lawyer's looking
Yep.
for him, he has civil rights. I mean, there
Yep.
this is where we're getting into where does Carroll County overstep the bounds of protection? See, that's the game they play. It's
Exactly.
protection, safekeeping, whatever.
Yep.
But the real thing is, no, we're gonna fucking force him to take the plea. You know, my conspiracy theory is the whole deal was we're gonna put him in a position where he's forced to plea.
Hmm.
Exactly.
You know,
So just hiding him under an alias wasn't enough. Like that wasn't enough fuckery. Like Carroll County likes to go above and beyond.
right, right. They had to get him
So
into Westville
exactly. So
under the Odinist. You know,
Kathy hires a lawyer. His last name is Gibson. I think it's Brett, but I'm not real sure. So Kathy hires this lawyer. She pays him that so I've heard a lot of rumbling about how, they owed him money or whatever. She paid that man. So he gets a hold of Nick and says, "Hey, where the fuck is my client?" And so Nick meets him at the jail so that they can have Rick walked out to the meeting room where he's going to meet with his lawyer. That's what makes me think that the people at the jail, they probably had no idea. Like they didn't know he was there
yeah, because
because
they are thinking this is Craig Renfro. Yeah, exactly.
exactly. So
Yeah,
they
that's
had
the.
to
Mhm.
meet this lawyer there so that Rick could be pulled out and have a powwow with him. What happened after that? I don't freaking know. But I do know that I have seen the Brett Gibson letter. I think Osberg may have included it with the motion to correct error, but I know that I have seen that form and it was sent to the prosecution and to the jail.
That's right. They had that. So yeah, you're right on that. We've covered that extensively. So
Yeah,
McClellan and Lesenby had
that's
full
full
knowledge of
knowledge.
Brett Gibson at the
Correct.
time that they held the safekeeping hearing, and they gave zero shits about his rights to be
Hmm.
represented. Yeah,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
So here's the kicker, like I should have I should have seen it before, but I just didn't. Because I did, you don't know what you don't know. But earlier in the summer, there had been questions about I lost my train of thought. But there had been questions earlier in the summer about um, his moving around and his arraignment and when his arraignment happened. So
Uh-oh.
there's been.
You're talking about how they did that after the fact, long after the fact.
I
Yeah.
didn't say that out loud. You
Oh,
did,
sorry.
but
Sorry.
yeah, the
Yeah.
rumor's there.
There's
I
a
like
word on the street.
word on
Yeah.
the street
Word
has
on the
it
street. Yeah.
that there may not have been a proper reading of his rights and whatnot. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Reading of the rights. That's how I started the story. Well, between his first police interview, at the first interview, they read him his rights. At the second interview, they miraculously, again, didn't record the beginning.
Accidentally deleted or didn't
Accidentally,
start the
right,
cameras. Yeah.
exactly. So they don't have him on film being given his rights when he was interviewed. I think it was a week or two. So during the summer when we were having those hearings, I can recall it being an issue that Rick was not read his Miranda rights. And I think it was during those 3 days of hearings where they had him back to back to back. But there was question about his rights weren't written to him or weren't read to him. Now, Judge Gull said that since he had been read his rights the first time he was questioned, that he knew what they were.
Really? Is that how it works in the law? Yeah.
Look, guys. I'm gonna get out of here, but I'm gonna end it with but I'm gonna stay on the chat. Okay, I'm gonna end it with this is how I see it. Rick Allen's flannel shirt did not meet the criteria of the Mount Zion Lodge 211. He got rednecked.
Oh,
It which means it's the regnexicity
The
in
redneck he
full
got
effect.
redneck. The Rick's flannel shirt did not meet their standards, and they railroaded his ass. They
He's
did whatever
gone.
the fuck they wanted to do. They didn't have to tell nobody nothing. They
right?
put him here, they put him there, and then they ended up boom they threw him in with the Lions, and
Agreed.
and then from there on, it just one after the other, one thing after another. Um, I live 3-4 counties away. It's like that around here.
Yeah, it's
I
like that up
call it
here
the good
too.
old boys of Carroll
There you
County,
go.
bro. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Lodge
Agreed.
211. Well, guys, nice to talk to you, Christina. And the
Nice to talk
prompt,
to you too,
I,
Mary.
I I'm glad I popped in, got to interject a little. I think I had another thought about the interrogation, but I forgot by now. But I I'm gonna just listen and chill, and I gotta get up at 5, guys. So I'm
Cheers,
gonna
Oh,
Noe.
yeah.
good
Good
night,
night.
Noe.
Good night to the chat as well. Bye bye. Ciao. Yeah.
Yeah, Christine. So I'm ready to wind it down anyway, but I think you're bringing up very good points that let's shout out to the attorneys because we don't have faith in any of them anymore. But hey, maybe the appellate attorneys will actually have some integrity and skills and maybe they will take a deep look into every crevice of these infractions because I just don't see how any appellate panel could ever deny a fair hearing to all of the egregious violations that have passed
Yeah,
before
I
us.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree. It's been bad. Like it's been bad from the start. It started out bad and then it just stayed bad. I I, I don't know. Like Brad and Andy, they're pretty straight shooters.
Mhm.
And I have always said that I won't criticize attorneys because I'm not an attorney. But there were some things that I would like to have seen at trial that I didn't see, but they make the decision on what they want to use and what they don't. And the appellate attorneys, their reputations are really good, y'all. Like they are good at what they do. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I cannot see how anybody would deny an appeal when there is so much proof of what went wrong.
There's so much. I believe. I mean, that's my personal. Like I say, Christine, you know me. We talk sometimes,
Hmm.
and you know that I often say, I don't know. I'm not trying to be biased here.
Right.
I just know it's fucking obvious that egregious violations have passed before our eyes. How are we to just not talk about it? I mean, that's why I
Right.
come on. It's like, dude, listen, when my brother was killed, everybody lied. The sheriff, the
Yep.
warden, the cops, the deputies, the COs, the inmates, everybody lied.
Yep.
Are you telling me it's not possible in Delphi?
Oh, it's totally possible. There are, even to this day, like, I get it that y'all haven't been able to, like, actually see evidence, and there's a lot that is just going to be a mystery until we're able to talk about it. But even seeing as much as I have seen, I still I still don't have a real firm grasp of exactly what happened that day. Like, there are
Mm-mm.
still, like, I still am pondering who done it.
Me
I
too.
I cannot I cannot see how a decision was made to, hey, let's arrest this guy, when I'm not finding fuck all that proves that he was there. Like, nothing.
I have a rhetorical question.
Yeah,
Not rhetorical, factual.
that's fair.
Miss Christine,
Yes.
um, it might or might not be my understanding that you've seen most of the tips.
Yes, I have.
Um, would there be anything in most of the tips to indicate to you that there's probably other people to be concerned about
Oh
that
yeah.
would be much more of a thread to pull on than Rick Allen?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I
The
mean, I wonder
FBI,
if those threads were pulled.
the FBI updates their suspect list on a daily basis, and they did for the entire duration that they were working this case. Um, I have seen I have seen lots of folks that were more arrestable than Rick. Like, so that I it just makes me so confused as to why would you overlook a meth cook to arrest the pharmacy guy from CVS?
It's
Like,
hurtful, isn't it? It's hurtful. Like
yeah,
I
it's
feel it.
offensive.
Like I'm feeling it. It's literally hurtful. And
Yeah.
it's people wonder why we're traumatized, why
Right?
we're all angry and crazy.
Yeah.
It's like, and on top of that, you have all of the fuckery that people do to try to push their narrative points.
Yeah. The
So
amount of lying has just been, like, in every case, in every homicide that we have ever worked on, there are people that lie, and they lie for a million different reasons.
mhm.
But the amount of mistruths in this case, it's insane. And so you don't know whether to look at the neo Nazis or the bikers or the pedophiles. Like, there's a lot of there's a lot of suspects running around for a town of 2,000 people. Like, it just.
Yeah, and you know what I find odd? I'm glad you brought that up because I've always like, I always look for what connects. And I find
Mhm.
it odd. It's like, wow, They did this to Rick. Okay, they went through his all his devices. I mean, what was it? Dozens. They
Dozens.
went through his IP address, whatever Wi-Fi he probably had at home.
Yep.
They went through all his. Look, the thing about this guy, no matter what you want to believe from the fantasy world, like story you're told from the state, the bottom line is no CSAM,
Nope. None.
no connection to the girls,
Nope.
no connection to Keegan Klein, no
Right.
connection to shit with the meth dealers. I mean, the more
Right.
you look at it, they've got like they had more in Ron Logan and they had nothing on Ron Logan. Like
Exactly.
he didn't even try to make an alibi. Like
No.
there's literally nothing. And the only fabrication that they could produce was this bullet. And even the jury realized, well, this bullet's a non-issue. But like I
Right.
told you privately, I know that the way that it works with human beings, you can't erase shit once it's out there. That's why they tell people you just get that work, you just get it out. Or they tell people in PR, they say, just say it. Because even if it's not true, just saying it implants it as a fact in people's subconscious.
Right.
And I think that that's what they did to Rick. They had the confessions that was subconsciously planted. They had the bullet that's subconsciously planted. They had the putting him there that's subconsciously, and they put enough together that the jury had all of these guilt factors, like sort of like instilled in their subconscious, where even though they couldn't really put together a solid case, it's like the Patties said, like, and I hate to do it to you, but when the Patties, they came and did the thing that they blocked the comment section on, where they said to Rafael Sanchez, he says, well, what was it that convinced you it was Richard Allen? Oh, I don't really know if it was any one thing. It was kind of the totality of,
Right.
it's the fantasy world story. And honestly, Christine, these things that we've experienced today, it didn't do anything to alleviate my concerns about Rick Allen's potential guilt, and it didn't do anything to exonerate. But what it showed me, what I told someone earlier today on the phone, I said, look, it did nothing for me on that. But what it did for me is it showed the bad faith actions of the law enforcement, the yelling, the screaming, the manipulating the wife, the saying you did it, the tunnel vision. There was nothing that looked good for law enforcement. And that's, for me, the major takeaway is this. Nothing looked bad for Rick Allen, but a lot looked bad for the law enforcement.
Yeah. I mean, I can give credit where credit's due. Where I give credit is the processing of that crime scene. With the exception of they should have took the sticks. But aside from that, like there was some pretty good work there. Like that was solid. There were hundreds and hundreds of photos of every spot at that crime scene. So like they did a good job there. But I mean that's not the be all end all. Like the guys that are actually trying to put the narrative together in their brains to figure out what happened, I I would not want them decided my future. You know what I mean? Like there's just I don't have a lot of confidence there because
No, and it's
some
funny
work
for
was
me
just
as you say
shy.
that. I wonder, does the sealing of the crime scene photos mean we're not going to get a single one, or does it mean only the ones in which the dead bodies are
Yeah,
framed?
so I'm not sure how that's gonna go. So I wanted to wait until somebody got a drive so we could see what was on there because they didn't show them all. I mean,
Mhm.
there's a rule that you're not
I
allowed
see.
to
I
just
see.
inundate the jury with graphic stuff, but um, I would like to see how much gets included there
Can I
or how
stop
much
you?
of
Can I
the
stop you there?
yeah.
Okay. because I think it's a good thing to be able to pry you about since you're on here.
Yeah.
Uh, for those who don't have an understanding of what exists with this crime scene imagery, could you like very quickly describe the 360-degree photos and the
Yeah.
aerials and all that exists so that people can
Yeah.
maybe picture in their minds what's possible based on how well this was documented?
So they did do a Faro scan, which I did not see. A Faro scan is a camera. It's like a video camera or a digital camera that they put on a tripod kind of in the middle of the scene, and it takes 360-degree photographs of like around and then up and down as well, so that you can literally see every spot in that crime scene. So that's one thing that they did. The other thing that they did is they started working that scene from the outside, and they kind of did like a Fibonacci swirl type thing where they went around the outside, took photos of everything that they could, including the girls, and that was from a distance. And then every time they went in a circle, they would get a little bit closer and a little bit closer and a little bit closer. So they did all of that, and there was hundreds of those. They took photographs of every speck of blood that they could find. The photo of the F tree that everybody has seen, the color on that looks a little off, but that's because it was taken in the dark. So it was taken in the dark with a flash. Same as the photo of the phone that Nick McClelland just filed publicly after it was sealed. Um, that was also taken in the dark with a flash. We have the photos of the girls in the daylight and then in the evening and then also in the dark. So as they made their little swirl, um, the photos got, closer and closer and closer to the girls. So like you could see their hands, you could see the bottoms of their feet, that kind of stuff. And then there was a ladder. They had a ladder in the middle of the scene, and they took, elevated photos of the scene and of the girls, from I think it was a 6-foot ladder. And then there's drone footage as well. So I did see photos from the air pointing straight down at the girls. That was actually the first photo that I ever saw, was a drone photo. Um, but there were photos of the divers, like when you see the picture floating around of the guys in the red suits in the water, those were divers, and they were looking because the clothes were found in the water. The girls were missing by water, so they were searching that creek, which they did for days. They also used metal detectors out at the crime scene. I saw somebody ask earlier in the chat if there was a photo of the bullet and if it was found that day. There is, um, but then there are issues after the photo. Like there's a photo and you can see the girls' feet and you can see like a spot where the leaves were cleared away and there was a bullet there. Um, and then like the issues with the bullet came up later, and they were issues that the lawyers had, that there was not,
With
they
the
didn't
chain
do
of provenance of the custody of the photographic record and all that.
correct. And
But
they
I
didn't
guess what I
do
wanted you to convey was that it appears to me from what you've described that there's a very thorough and good photographic record of the
yeah,
crime scene as it
yeah,
was found.
correct.
And that may be of use in the future if it's not all deleted at some
Exactly.
point. Okay. Someone
Yeah.
says for Christine, what does she think Labredo saw that convinced him so quickly that Richard Allen was innocent and that it was a sacrifice and a murder, I would add.
So, I mean, I I kind of already had an idea. So my first time looking at those images, your own implicit bias kind of, or your confirmation bias kind of kicks in a little bit. But like it was, to me, and in my own personal opinion, there was nowhere near enough blood at that scene. The girls were too clean. There were no injuries, other than the cuts at the throat.
Mhm.
Uh, and one of them, I think it was Abby, had like a little, like a cut lip. But other than that, the girls were injury free, except for the neck cuts that killed them. But the obvious disparity in how the girls were treated, like it was obvious. And then the sticks, dude, they made, there's some room that looks like an asterisk. That's what I call it, like the star on your cell phone next to the zero. It looked like that. That doesn't happen on accident.
No,
And
this
it
is not.
wasn't on the girls either. So
Mhm.
there's no, that was not them hiding the girls with sticks when it's over a pool of blood. Like it was obvious. Like you had to be trying to ignore it to not see it. And I
Cromley
think
is telling me there's feedback. I think that's from Christine's mic. I'm not
it could
sure.
it could be.
I think Christine's mic is all really bad, but we're going to be ending
Sorry.
soon, Cromley. Just please bear with it momentarily. Let me
Um,
see what else. Thank you, Cromley. I love you, Cromley.
yeah.
All right.
Thanks
Let's
for letting
say
me know because I wouldn't have known. So how did Kelsey have? Okay, so the hair. I can't. Like I've heard it say that the hair is wrapped around the finger, and I think that that was said in court. I think that's where that came from. But when I saw the photos of that hair, it was like she had a fist and it was kind of poking out between her middle finger and her ring finger, about a half inch or so. Um, and there was blood on her hands. So to me, it looked like it was probably happened around the same time. But Abby's hands were also tucked inside of her sweatshirt. Like her
let me
hands
ask
were
you this,
completely
since you're
covered.
bringing that up.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something that could have like been on her hand for 2 or 3 hours?
Eh, maybe, maybe. Like it's possible.
Oh,
The
yeah.
the lab tech, again, it was Oberg, right? Um, I think she said something about that it may not have been a pulled hair, it might have been a fallen hair, because it had a follicle. But I don't know. I don't know. I know that I have long hair and hairs in between my fingers irritate the shit out of me. So if something gets caught between my fingers, especially like in the shower if I'm washing my hair, that's got to go. So I
Yeah, well, that's
can't
what I'm
really
saying
imagine
because,
a
I
woman
have long
with,
hair, very long hair.
oh,
And
that's
when
right.
that happens to me, I get all wigged out. It's like, I can't
Yeah,
stand it.
I
Okay.
can't stand it either. So it is odd. Like it is odd. There was a whole clump of hair by the bridge too that I don't know if that was ever tested. So there's
I'm just
also
seeing
that.
if there's anything else here. I'm kind of ready to end because I'm tired. Oh, Burton is
Yeah,
saying there's feedback when I speak. Well, it's coming from Christine's mic.
yeah, it is. I'll mute while you.
But we're ending. You guys calm down with the goddamn sound. All right, let's see. Anything else? I'm trying to catch up. No, that's it. That's it. So, Christine, thank you so much. Look, I know you're not feeling well. Everyone's going to pray for you, And I didn't even expect you to chime in. Thanks for so much for showing up. Um,
No problem. I don't miss a chance to join you when I can.
Nurse that throat or whatever your sickness. I would say get some sleep.
Definitely. The steroids have me up a little bit, but yeah, I will.
I
I am
see.
doing my best.
That's why you're feeling good.
Right.
Um,
I feel so much better today than yesterday. Yesterday was awful.
mm.
So
Well,
I'm
God
gonna.
bless
I'm
and
gonna.
get well, and we'll talk soon when you recover for several days, and
Okay.
you'll feel better. And I
I
I
will
hope
do that.
I hope you do. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Braf. Good night, everybody.
God bless. All right, y'all. Well, hey, we're done. I just was so surprised by Noe and Christine. I thought, ladies from the chat, I will admonish you immediately. I put the link up for you to give your voice. This was called Community Reacts. And instead of community, I got Christine and Noe. So, gosh, won't you ever click that link? But I'm so blessed to have Christine and Noe because, listen, they're amazing. Okay. They're amazing. And they actually know things despite the attempts to discredit both of them. Listen, these ladies and gentlemen who I associate with, they have good hearts and good brains and minds. And anyway, what I was hoping for is that you in the chat would come on to the stream, but maybe at some future point. But I was so glad to have you all in the chat because trust me, it's not missed. You guys in the chat contribute immensely because sometimes you don't even realize it, but I see your comments and it triggers something in this little brain where I remember to say something that I meant to in the first place. And for anyone who happens to watch the live stream and get the guts or has the thought to click watch the live chat, it's interesting to watch the live chats replay. So I want to thank you all for contributing to this channel by participating in the live chat. Truly, as I told several people this week, my intention in doing this channel is to give a voice to a community. And I feel that that's what I've accomplished, or at least I've begun to accomplish it with this channel, is to give you all a place to be to feel comfortable and to express yourselves in the chat. And I know I come on and there's things you don't understand, and I say mean things, and I say snarky things, and I say sometimes honest things that are just transparent. But no matter what, I'm always glad that all of you feel comfortable enough to join the chat, despite my meanness and my snark and my unhinged transparency. So I would like to thank you all for being here. Special thanks to my amazing, beautiful mod, Amy, for always posting my support pathways and the links to people's channels. You know, I want to promote Rebecca Ann 1965 channel and also Adrian Enlighten the Dark's channel, and also Noe Amos's channel, and also Christine and Erica as genuinely good girls, and and all of the YouTube channels and websites that attempt to allow people to say what is frowned upon, because I truly believe that freedom of speech keeps violence to a minimum. Because when we're able to express our frustrations and dreams and hopes and ideals in speech, then we don't necessarily have to take them into real life destructive actions, which is why freedom of speech and the freedom to speak is absolutely essential. And it's why I am the way that I am, whether you like my speech or not. And anyway, I want to thank you all for being here, and especially Amy, like I said, with the support. And for all of you wanting to support, realize, please, that I have the support pathways like Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, the memberships, the super chats, and the merchandise, and the photography, and blah, 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 blah. All the support pathways. We do appreciate that because it does keep me going and encouraged. And I do appreciate your support. And if you're on the replay, I even appreciate the amazing support of expressing yourselves in the comment section of the videos. So if you happen to have watched this entire live stream on replay, please leave some comments for me down in the comment section, because those keep me going as well. And so a special shout out to my YouTubers who came in, like Rod Holt, Eye of Apophis. Sometimes we get uh, It's a New Day. I want to shout out to Duck and Felonies, also to True Crime Design, and all my partners in truth telling here on the YouTubes and these YouTube streets. No Amos. I appreciate you all. God bless. Good day, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow, unless something comes up. But oh yeah, shout out to Silky Southern Tea. Thank you, Amy. I almost missed that. Okay. Yeah, you guys love each other. Okay. Hide your kids, hide your wife. I'll see you later.